1. Listen carefully. Heaven has stopped everything else just to reach you in this exact moment. This message is not coincidence, not algorithm, not accident. It is divine appointment. You are not scrolling by chance. You are here because the God who formed the heavens and the earth has declared that your miracle is now stepping into the visible. For so long you have carried weight that others could not see. Sleepless nights, unspoken tears, moments where you questioned if God even saw you. And yet, even in the silence, even in the moments where you felt forsaken, heaven was still moving. Your name has never left the lips of God. You were never forgotten, never abandoned, never overlooked. You are chosen. You are set apart. Even when the nights felt endless and prayers seemed unanswered, heaven was weaving a story greater than your imagination. The silence was not absence, it was preparation. God was shaping resilience in you. So when the miracle arrived, you would have the strength to carry it. Every rejection whispered that you were unwanted, but in truth, heaven was protecting you from places unworthy of your light. You were never left behind. You were hidden for safekeeping, preserved for an appointed time. That time has now arrived. Your unveiling begins in power and glory. Chosen one. Your tears were counted. Your cries never ignored. The weight you bore in silence became the testimony that will set others free. You were not overlooked. You were preserved. Heaven is declaring, what once broke you will now elevate you. You are stepping into undeniable victory. The Lord himself spoke through the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 19, verse 26. With man, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. Do you hear this truth echo in your spirit? Heaven is saying there are doors that no human hand can open for you, but they are not meant for human strength. They are reserved for the supernatural hand of God. You are standing in the place where natural ability cannot carry you further. Every effort you've made, every plan you've tried, every fight you've endured, it brought you here. But it cannot take you where you are destined to go. That is why heaven had to interrupt your moment right now, to remind you, your miracle is not man-made. Your miracle is God-breathed. Listen, the delay you felt was not denial. The rejection you faced was not failure. The closed doors were not curses. They were redirections. God was positioning you for this divine encounter. You are not behind schedule. You are standing in divine timing. The enemy wanted you to believe you missed your moment. But heaven is declaring your moment has arrived. And heaven will not let you miss it. You wonder, but why me? Why do I feel different? Why can't I just live like everyone else? Because you were never created to blend in. You were created to stand apart. You carry a light that terrifies darkness. Your very presence unsettles the plans of the enemy. You are a chosen one, an earth angel, marked to shift atmospheres wherever you walk. Every battle you endured, every storm you survived, every heartbreak that should have crushed you, it all served to shape the warrior within. You are not weak. You are not broken. You are sharpened, prepared, and forged in fire for such a time as this. The devil tried to bury you, but heaven used that soil to plant you deeper. And now you are about to rise. Chosen one. Understand this. Your miracle is not only about you. When heaven moves in your life, it is for your family, for your bloodline, for generations you haven't seen yet. You will be the breaker of chains. You will be the one who says, "This curse ends with me." You will be the one whose testimony will ignite faith in others. Do not doubt what you feel stirring right now. That weight on your chest as you hear these words, that is the Spirit confirming that this message is not empty talk, it is divine confirmation. Heaven has aligned your steps so you could hear this exact truth. The impossible is about to bow to the possible. I must tell you, beloved, the greatest danger right now is not the devil. It is delay. It is hesitation. Heaven is calling you to step into obedience without fear, to act boldly, to claim what is already yours. When heaven releases a word, it does not wait forever. Grace is here now, and mercy is holding the door wide open. This is why you cannot let this moment pass you by. Type in the comments right now, 77. This is not just a number, it is a prophetic act. By doing it, you align your faith with heaven's decree. You declare, I will not miss my miracle. I will step into what God has ordained for me. Do it boldly. Do it with conviction. Let the unseen realms hear your agreement. And while you are here, take a moment to like, share, and subscribe. Not because of me, but because when you do, you help multiply this word so that other chosen ones, those on the edge of giving up, those drowning in despair, can hear the same life-giving message. You become part of heaven's chain reaction. You sow light into the darkness, beloved chosen one. Heaven is not playing games with you. God has pressed pause on everything around you so you would not miss this confirmation. Your miracle is not far away. Your miracle is here. Heaven is standing guard, ensuring you do not slip past it. Today is the day to rise, to receive, to step into your calling. You are chosen. You are called. You are unstoppable. And your miracle has already been released. Chosen one. Heaven has witnessed every hidden burden you have carried in silence. The world may not know the battles that raged inside your heart, but the one who formed you has seen every tear, every sigh, every moment you whispered, Lord, do you still remember me? Nothing has escaped his gaze. Nothing has been wasted. There were nights when you held your chest and felt it break under the weight of loneliness. Days when the laughter of others pierced you like arrows because you longed to feel joy again. You carried responsibilities too heavy for your shoulders, obligations that drained your soul, and wounds that words could never fully explain. Yet through it all, heaven whispered over you, hold on, because I am still with you. The prophet Isaiah proclaimed in the book of Isaiah, chapter 41, verse 10, So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. These words are not ancient history. They are alive, breathing, and pulsing in your spirit right now. They are heaven's direct reminder that even in the moments you felt abandoned, you were never alone. You see, the silence was not emptiness, it was training. The hidden burdens you carried were not punishment, they were preparation. When the world could not hear your cries, God was leaning closer. He has always been your confidant in the shadows, your healer when no one else could touch the wound, your shield when the enemy tried to strike. Chosen one, I need you to understand this. The pain you felt was never meaningless. It was not random suffering. It was part of the divine blueprint that marked you as different. Your sleepless nights became seeds, watered by tears, and heaven is about to grow them into a harvest you could never imagine. Think of every season when you thought you were drowning. Somehow, you still made it here, not by accident, not by your own strength, but because the hand of God was under you even when you did not feel it. You carried silent burdens, but those burdens carried you closer to His heart. They forced you to lean on Him in ways you never would have if life had been easy. When people mocked you for being too soft, too sensitive, too broken, heaven called you chosen. What others saw as weakness, God saw as the perfect place for His power to rest. That is why you terrify darkness without even realizing it. Because anyone who has survived what you survived and still holds faith in God carries an unshakable strength that no demon can endure. You may ask, but why did I have to endure so much? Why me, beloved? The answer is found in your calling. Chosen ones are often given heavy weights because heaven knows they will not collapse. They will transform. You were entrusted with more, not because God wanted to hurt you, but because He is building a foundation in you that will support miracles others could not carry. Your secret tears have watered the soil of your destiny. Every time you whispered prayers no one else heard, heaven recorded them. Not a single cry went unnoticed. Not a single plea was ignored. You may think nothing has changed, but in unseen realms, angels were moving, mountains were shifting, and chains were breaking. The moment you opened your mouth to call on God, do you realize, beloved, how powerful you are, not because of your own strength, but because you belong to the one who never loses. That scripture is not just comfort, it is a command. Do not fear. Do not be dismayed. Why? Because the Lord your God is standing with you in every valley, in every storm, in every battle. I see you replaying memories of failure in your mind. The betrayals, the rejections, the moments you thought you would not survive. But I tell you now, those memories are no longer chains. They are testimonies. They are proof that you endured what should have destroyed you, and they will become the fire that empowers your voice when you tell others how you overcame. Every burden you carried has carved depth into your soul. That depth is not a curse. It is an anointing. People who have never walked through pain may speak words, but they cannot carry power. You, however, carry authority because you have lived it. When you speak of God's faithfulness, you do so not from theory, but from testimony. Do not despise the scars. Beloved, they are evidence that you survived battles that others could not have withstood. They are marks of heaven's faithfulness. They whisper, yes, I was wounded, but I am still standing. Yes, I cried, but my tears became strength. Yes, I stumbled, but I never stayed down. And here is the truth. You must embrace those silent burdens did not diminish you. They multiplied you. They increased your capacity for compassion. They sharpened your discernment. They built your endurance. They proved that you could carry more than most. You are not fragile. You are forged. Chosen one. Take courage. Every hidden burden is now being lifted. Heaven is shifting weight off your shoulders, replacing it with joy, peace, and divine strength. The very things that once drained you will now empower you. The heaviness that bent you low will soon elevate you high. The season of silent carrying is ending. You are stepping into a time where What was hidden will be revealed. The tears you cried in the dark will become shouts of victory in the light. You will stand and testify, "The Lord was with me even in the shadows," and those around you will marvel, because your glow will not come from worldly success, but from divine presence. So breathe now. Chosen one. Release the guilt of not being strong enough for everyone else. Let go of the shame of carrying pain that others did not understand. You were never meant to prove yourself to them. You were meant to prove God's faithfulness through your life. Lift your head. Straighten your back. Wipe your tears. Heaven is declaring, the weight is lifting. The burden is breaking. The chains are falling. The same God who walked with you in the silence is now leading you into victory. Beloved, your miracle is not just in the future. It is already breaking through. And soon, the very people who thought you would never rise again will have to admit, you are not just a survivor. You are chosen. Chosen one. Hear me clearly. The light you carry terrifies darkness. Your very existence, your very breath, is an interruption to the enemy's agenda. You have often wondered why battles seem to find you, why resistance followed you even when you tried to live quietly. It is because the moment you stepped into this world, light entered a territory that darkness thought it owned. Your presence is not ordinary. Your prayers are not empty whispers. Your footsteps are not unnoticed in the spirit realm. Every time you rise, every time you open your mouth to call on God, the forces of darkness tremble. You carry an authority you do not always recognize, but the enemy knows. That is why he has fought you so relentlessly. Scripture reminds us of this divine truth through the Spirit's declaration in the book of Romans. Chapter 8, verse 31. If God is for us, who can be against us? Pause and let that sink deep into your heart. The world may rise against you. People may misunderstand you. The enemy may launch his fiercest weapons, but the word of God has already declared, their plans cannot stand when heaven is on your side. Chosen one. Darkness has studied you. It has recognized the unique imprint of heaven on your life. From childhood, the enemy attempted to silence you, to break you, to convince you that you were weak. But the truth is, every trial has only refined the light inside you. You shine brighter now than you ever did before. That glow is not ordinary. It is evidence of divine fire. You may not realize it, but you disrupt atmospheres, walk into a room, and spirits shift. Pray a simple prayer, and strongholds begin to crack, even in silence. Your presence carries weight. Why? Because you are chosen. You are marked. You have heaven's fingerprint resting on your soul, and darkness cannot counterfeit that. Think about this. Some of your greatest battles came right before moments of breakthrough. Why? Because the enemy panicked. He knew heaven was about to move in your life. So he attempted to distract you with chaos, with disappointment, with pain. But here you are, still breathing, still believing, still listening to heaven's word. That alone proves that no scheme of darkness can overpower the one whom God has chosen. Beloved, the light within you does not only protect you, it also exposes lies around you. That is why people sometimes grew uncomfortable in your presence, without you saying a word. The purity of your spirit revealed what was false in them. Do not mistake rejection as failure. Often, it was simply evidence that your light was too bright for their darkness to endure. Chosen one, you must now rise into boldness. Your miracle is not just about personal blessing, it is about heaven's glory shining through you so others can see hope in the darkness. You are a lamp set upon a hill. You are salt in a tasteless world. You are the living proof that God's power is real. But here is the danger. When you underestimate yourself, you silence the very light that heaven intended to shine. The enemy wants you to hide, to shrink, to believe that your voice does not matter. Yet heaven has already declared that your voice carries generational weight. Every word you speak in alignment with God's truth is like thunder in the spirit realm. Beloved, remember this. Your miracle is not only for survival, it is for demonstration. When God lifts you up, when He blesses you, when He heals your wounds, it will not only be for your joy, it will be so that everyone watching will know the hand of the Lord rests upon His chosen ones. Now, I must call you into a prophetic act. In this moment, type in the comments, "I hear you." These 3 words are more than a phrase. They are a declaration that you recognize heaven's voice. They are a public stand that you refuse to ignore the divine message. They are your agreement with the word, released over your life. By writing this, you tell heaven, "I am awake. I am attentive. I am ready to obey." No, when you comment, you are not only typing letters on a screen, you are speaking into unseen realms. You are confirming to angels and demons alike that you will not let this moment pass. You are aligning your earthly action with a heavenly decree. Do not underestimate this act. Heaven says your obedience, even in something so simple, and multiplies it into breakthrough. Chosen one, do not forget, you were born for this. Your light is not fragile. Your faith is not weak. Your destiny is not uncertain. You are planted, rooted, and strengthened by the Spirit of God. Every time darkness tried to extinguish your fire, God breathed on the embers and caused you to rise again. That is why you are still here. That is why your miracle is certain. Lift your head. Beloved, you are not a mistake. You are not too late. You are not too broken. The world tried to tell you otherwise. But heaven is rewriting your story. Even now, your enemies tremble. Not because of your name, but because of the one whose name is written over you. Your miracle is on its way. But it is more than material blessing. It is the restoration of your confidence. It is the unveiling of your true identity. It is the breaking of every lie that tried to convince you that you were powerless. From this moment on, walk as the chosen one you truly are. Speak with authority. Pray with boldness. Live with conviction. The battle has already been decided. The cross has already given you victory. You are not fighting for survival. You are enforcing a victory already won. That is why darkness is terrified of you, because every step you take reminds the enemy of his defeat. So let this truth burn in your spirit. If God is for you, no one, nothing, no scheme of man or demon can stand against you. You are chosen. You are covered. You are unstoppable. Now declare it. Comment, "I hear you." And as you do, believe that heaven hears you too. Chosen one. You must know this with certainty. You were never ordinary. From the moment of your creation, heaven placed a mark upon you, long before you were aware of it. You carried within you the signature of divine design. You were not built to blend into the background of life. You were crafted to stand out, to shine, to carry the fragrance of heaven into places where despair and emptiness tried to reign. Have you ever wondered why you have always felt different? Why it seemed like you never fully fit in? No matter how much you tried, that difference was not rejection, it was destiny. The world may not have understood you, but heaven always recognized you. The unease you felt when you tried to conform was proof that your spirit could not settle for less than what it was created for. The psalmist wrote in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 23, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way." This verse is not simply a comfort, it is an announcement over your life. Your steps have always been under divine order. Even when you wandered, even when you stumbled, heaven guided the path beneath your feet. You are not lost, you are led. Chosen one. Think back to the moments in your life when things made no sense. Times when doors closed abruptly, when relationships ended suddenly, when opportunities slipped from your hands. You may have believed you were abandoned, but in truth, you were being redirected. Heaven was guiding your steps away from traps that would have destroyed you, and toward the places where your destiny would flourish. You are not ordinary because your life carries weight in realms you cannot yet see. Every action you take, every decision you make, ripples beyond your immediate moment. You are not just living for yourself. You are part of a larger story, one that stretches into eternity. That is why your struggles have felt so intense. That is why your journey has seemed so different from those around you. The ordinary can take ordinary paths, but the chosen must walk a higher road. There is something about you that calls heaven's attention. When you worship, angels gather. When you pray, atmospheres shift. When you simply stand in silence, the very air seems to thicken with the awareness of God's presence. That is not ordinary. That is the evidence of your calling. Even your sensitivity is a mark of heaven. Others may have mocked you for feeling too deeply, for noticing things they ignored. Yet what they call weakness is actually discernment. You are designed to see what others cannot, to hear whispers that others miss, to sense shifts in the spirit realm before they manifest in the natural. This is not coincidence. This is divine wiring. Beloved, you may have often wished to be normal, to live without the weight of constant spiritual sensitivity. But understand this, heaven does not waste design. The very parts of you that made you feel out of place are the parts that make you essential. God does not create duplicates. He crafts originals. You are His original masterpiece. Consider the pattern of your life. You faced battles early. You encountered hardships that should have crushed you before you had the strength to fight. And yet, here you are. Why? Because chosen ones are forged in fire. You were strengthened in seasons when others would have given up. The storms you endured did not break you. They revealed you. There is a divine boldness rising in you now, one that refuses to apologize for who you are. You are not here to conform. You are here to transform. You are not here to mimic the world. You are here to carry heaven into the world. That is why you stand out. That is why your spirit wrestles when you try to hide. Because you were not built to blend, you were built to blaze. Chosen one. I tell you this with conviction. The world needs your difference. It needs your fire, your voice, your courage. You were not placed here to imitate anyone else. You were placed here to reveal a facet of God's glory that only you can display. Without your obedience, the earth will miss a piece of heaven's reflection. Do not despise the uniqueness within you. Do not bury your gifts because others did not understand them. Their rejection was never heaven's judgment. It was protection. They could not see what heaven had hidden, because it was not meant for them to validate you. Your worth was determined before the foundations of the world, sealed by the breath of God Himself. Every time you doubted yourself, every time you wondered if you were enough, heaven whispered, "You are mine," and that is enough. Your value has never been in what you can produce. It has always been in who you are. You are chosen. You are set apart. You are a living temple of divine fire. This is why ordinary paths will never satisfy you. You will never find peace in blending with the crowd. You will never feel at home in spaces that deny your light. The tension you feel when you try to be like everyone else is not failure. It is evidence that your spirit refuses to shrink into ordinariness. Beloved, let this truth settle deep in you. You were made different because you were made for more. Your story is not random. Your life is not a mistake. Every detail was written with intention. Every moment crafted with precision. Every step ordered with care. You are walking a path that leads not to obscurity, but to glory. Lift your eyes and see beyond the temporary struggles. See the eternal weight of glory being built in you. Understand that your difference is your destiny, and know this with certainty: you were never ordinary, and you never will be. Chosen one. Feel the weight of this moment. You are standing at the edge. It is as if your whole journey has been leading you to a cliff overlooking destiny. Behind you are the valleys of pain, the deserts of delay, the storms you thought would swallow you whole. But before you now, stretching far beyond what your eyes can measure, is the horizon of breakthrough. You are one step away from crossing into the place heaven has prepared for you. One choice, one act of faith, one moment of obedience is all that separates you from the miracle that has been circling your name. Can you sense it? The atmosphere has shifted. What once seemed unreachable is now within grasp. Think of a seed buried in soil. For a long time, there is no sign of life. It looks dead, forgotten, pressed under dirt. But inside, silent transformation is happening. At the appointed time, the seed breaks through, stretching upward toward light. That is where you are. Beloved, you have been hidden in seasons of pressure, but now the soil is breaking. Your emergence has come. But here is the truth you must face. Standing at the edge means you must decide. Will you step forward into the unknown, or will you cling to what feels safe but empty? The edge is terrifying because it demands trust. Yet it is also sacred, because this is where heaven proves its power. The voice of God thundered in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 8. The Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Hear this in your spirit. The one who called you will not abandon you at the edge. The God who ordered your steps will not let you stumble into destruction. He walks ahead, clearing paths you cannot yet see. Chosen one. Stepping forward requires faith. But faith is not blind. Faith is seeing through heaven's eyes. It is trusting that the bridge will appear even as you place your foot into the air. It is knowing that when you leap, wings you did not know you had will spread, and the winds of God will carry you. Think of the eagle. When its young are ready to fly, the parent stirs the nest, making it uncomfortable to stay. Finally, the eaglet is pushed out, tumbling in fear. But just before it hits the ground, the parent swoops under and lifts it high. That is what heaven does for you. The edge may feel frightening, but you will not fall. You will soar. And here, beloved, I must speak to your heart in honesty. If these words resonate, if you sense that this message is breathing life into you, I ask you to do something that goes beyond yourself. Just as a candle loses nothing when it lights another, you too can ignite hope in others. By liking and sharing, you scatter sparks of this truth into dark corners where other chosen ones sit in silence, waiting for confirmation that God has not forgotten them. This is not about numbers or fame. It is about multiplication of light. Every share is like throwing a seed into new soil. Every like is like adding oil to the flame. Every subscription is like saying, I want to keep walking in this river of living words. When you engage, you don't only feed your soul, you help spread manna to others, starving for encouragement. And if your heart feels stirred to go even deeper, consider giving, not out of pressure, but as a prophetic act of faith. Donation is not losing, it is sowing. It is like planting a seed into fertile ground, trusting that heaven will water it and multiply its harvest. Think of a farmer holding back seed out of fear. If he refuses to sow, the field remains empty. But the one who releases in faith is the one who reaps in abundance. If you give, you partner with heaven in keeping this message alive, reaching places and people you may never meet. Your act becomes a bridge for someone else's breakthrough. Your generosity echoes in eternity, because every word that lifts another soul becomes part of your harvest too. Do not underestimate small actions. A drop of water seems insignificant, but enough drops create rivers. A single brick may look small, but many bricks together build a fortress. In the same way, your one step, whether it is sharing, subscribing, or sowing, becomes part of a greater construction that shelters countless others. Chosen one, you are at the edge, but you are not alone. Thousands stand at their own cliffs right now, waiting for a voice of courage. And when you act, when you choose faith, instead of fear, you give them courage too. Your testimony becomes a key, unlocking their prison. Imagine this moment as a lamp in a dark valley. Some walk alone, hands outstretched, searching for direction. When you lift your light, suddenly paths are visible. Suddenly hope flickers again. That is what your actions do. You carry a flame that spreads farther than you will ever know. Beloved, I speak to your heart with sincerity. If this message has touched you, let it not stop here. Engage with it as if you are watering a plant that must grow. Share it as if you are passing bread to a hungry traveler. Support it as if you are building a house of refuge for souls wandering without shelter, because you are standing at the edge. And your obedience right now is the leap that changes everything. Do not let fear convince you to turn back. Do not let doubt chain your feet. This is the moment to move, to act, to believe. Chosen one, your miracle is closer than your next breath. The Lord goes before you. The Spirit strengthens you. The angels surround you. You will not fall, you will rise. You will not be forsaken, you will be crowned. And every act of faith you release today becomes part of your testimony tomorrow. Step boldly. Step faithfully. Step with conviction. For the edge is not your end, it is your beginning. Chosen one. Heaven is aligning timing with destiny. What you once thought was delayed, what you once assumed was denied, is now being revealed as divinely orchestrated. Your miracle is not late, it is perfectly on schedule. The enemy tried to convince you that God had forgotten you. But the truth is that your blessing has been preserved for this exact season. Think about how a fruit ripens. Pick it too early, and it will be sour, unready, unusable. Leave it too long, and it rots, wasted before its purpose is fulfilled. But harvest at the appointed moment, and it nourishes with sweetness. Beloved, your miracle is arriving in perfect ripeness. Heaven has been guarding it, ensuring that you do not receive it before you are prepared to carry it. This is why the waiting felt unbearable. This is why the silence pressed on you like a weight. You assumed nothing was happening, but heaven was aligning details you could not see, like gears in a clock. Every second was part of a larger design. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was random. Every delay was divine timing at work. The prophet Jeremiah spoke, as recorded in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Let these words breathe peace into your spirit. God's plans for you were not abandoned. They were not rewritten because of your mistakes. They were not stolen by the enemy. His plans remain, secure and unshakable, held in his eternal hand. Chosen one. You must hear this clearly. The plans of God for you are not fragile. They cannot be destroyed by gossip, betrayal, or rejection. They cannot be overturned by storms or circumstances. Even your own weakness cannot erase them, because God knew every detail of your life before he called you chosen, and still, he decided to place his plans upon you. When heaven aligns timing with destiny, everything accelerates. Doors that were closed for years swing open with ease. Opportunities that were once distant come running toward you. People who ignored you suddenly recognize you. This is not coincidence. This is divine appointment. You are stepping into a season where the unseen work of years will suddenly burst into visible fruit. Think of a bamboo tree. For years after planting, nothing appears above the ground. It looks barren, forgotten, lifeless. But underneath, roots are spreading deep, preparing to support what is coming. Then suddenly, in one season, it shoots upward with explosive growth, rising higher than you imagined. That is your story. The hidden years were not wasted, they were root years. And now, the shoot season has come. Beloved, you have been tested in the waiting, and the test has produced endurance. Do not despise the process. Waiting has refined you. It has sharpened your discernment, strengthened your character, and purified your motives. If you had received too soon, you might have squandered it. But now, you are ready to carry the weight of glory. I tell you this, heaven's timing is never late, though it often feels slow. The appointed moment always arrives. The prophet Habakkuk declared that even if the vision lingers, wait for it, because it will certainly come and will not delay. That is the season you stand in now, the season where what lingered is suddenly arriving. Do you feel the stirring in your spirit, that quiet whisper that says, "This is the moment I was waiting for"? That is not imagination. That is confirmation. Heaven is breathing upon your soul, saying, "Lift your head, for the time of fulfillment has come." End one. Chosen one. You cannot afford to doubt now. Doubt is the thief of destiny. Do not let the enemy distract you with fear at the very edge of breakthrough. This is the moment to anchor your faith, to stand firm, to declare boldly, "I believe," for heaven has already decreed that your miracle will not pass you by. I want you now to perform a prophetic act of alignment. In the comments, type 888. This number carries the rhythm of new beginnings, the unfolding of divine cycles, the fresh start ordained for your life. When you type it, you are not merely pressing keys, you are announcing to heaven and to earth that you are ready for the appointed time. You are saying, "I embrace the timing of God. I step into His plan without hesitation." And as you do, know that unseen realms respond. Angels recognize obedience. Darkness trembles at faith in action. Heaven marks the one who dares to declare agreement. Your comment becomes a seed, small in sight, but mighty in spirit. It is your way of saying, "I will not miss my appointed season. I claim it now." Oh, beloved, you are chosen for this exact moment. Every delay, every disappointment, every closed door was a setup for this breakthrough. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are perfectly aligned with heaven's calendar. And soon, the miracle that once seemed impossible will stand before you. Undeniable, unshakable, unstoppable. Lift your spirit. Smile again. Walk with confidence. Heaven is whispering, "The time is now." Lock in. Chosen one. Pause and consider how many times you should have fallen. How many moments could have destroyed you? And yet here you are. This is not because you are lucky. It is because mercy has been surrounding you like a shield, covering you when judgment could have struck, protecting you when danger lurked close. You may not always recognize mercy, because it often works quietly, invisibly. It is the accident that never happened, the betrayal that did not reach you, the sickness that did not consume you. Mercy is the unseen hand that blocked arrows before they could pierce, the voice that whispered, "Wait," when you were about to step into disaster. The Apostle Paul affirms in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Let this promise echo deep within you. Grace has not only forgiven you, it has carried you. In your weakest moments, when you thought you could not endure another day, His strength was perfected in you. Chosen one, you have survived more than most. Not because you were strong enough, but because mercy held you. You could have lost your mind, but mercy steadied your thoughts. You could have been consumed by despair, but mercy whispered hope into your soul. You could have turned away from God completely, but mercy drew you back, reminding you of who you are. There were moments you walked close to destruction, unaware of the dangers surrounding you, yet mercy stepped in and pulled you back, like a shepherd rescuing a lamb from the edge of a cliff. Heaven reached out when you did not even know you were in danger, and now you stand here today, not just alive, but preserved. Do you realize what that means? It means your story is not finished. If mercy still covers you, it is because heaven has more for you to do. You are not simply surviving, you are being prepared. The breath in your lungs is proof that God is not done with you. Beloved, think of the times you failed, times when you knew what was right but chose the opposite, times when you wandered into places you never should have been, times when shame tried to bury you in silence, yet mercy spoke louder than condemnation. Mercy lifted your head and said, You are forgiven. You are loved. You are still chosen. Do not confuse God's mercy with weakness. Mercy is not the absence of justice, it is the triumph of love over judgment. Where others would have abandoned you, heaven embraced you. Where others counted you out, God counted you in. Where others saw a mistake, heaven saw a masterpiece still in progress. Chosen one. Understand this. The mercy that has carried you until now will not suddenly abandon you. The God who began this good work in you will carry it to completion. Mercy will keep surrounding you, not as an excuse to remain stagnant, but as fuel to step boldly into destiny. When you look back over your life, you will see a pattern. The darkest valleys were always followed by unexpected breakthroughs. The lowest moments became launching pads for the highest victories. Why? Because mercy refused to let your story end in defeat. Every setback became a setup for greater glory. Think of a child learning to walk. They stumble. They fall. They cry. But the parent does not scold them for falling. The parent lifts them up, steadies them, encourages them to try again. That is what mercy has done for you. Every stumble was met with grace. Every fall was met with a hand pulling you upright. And each time, you grew stronger. Beloved, there is no shame in weakness. Weakness is where God's strength shines brightest. The world may say, "Be strong on your own." But heaven says, "Lean on me, and you will never fall." Mercy does not mock your weakness, it transforms it. It takes your frailty and turns it into testimony. And here is the beauty. Mercy does not only protect you from external enemies, it also shields you from yourself, from your impulsive choices, from your moments of anger, from your lapses in faith. How many times did you almost sabotage your own blessing? Yet mercy blocked the destruction your decisions could have brought. Chosen one. Lift your eyes and see mercy for what it is. The constant companion of the chosen. You were never alone. Even when you felt abandoned, the same mercy that kept you yesterday will carry you into tomorrow. Let this sink in. You are not standing today because you did everything right. You are standing because God refused to let everything go wrong. His mercy has been sufficient. His grace has been perfect. His love has been relentless. So do not carry shame for the past. Do not drown in regret for what you cannot change. Mercy has already written redemption over your mistakes. Grace has already turned your failures into testimony. What you thought would disqualify you has become proof that God's power is real. Beloved, your miracle is not based on your perfection. It is based on God's mercy. Your breakthrough is not the reward of flawless performance. It is the gift of relentless grace. And as long as you walk under this mercy, nothing and no one can strip away what heaven has reserved for you. Mercy is not a blanket you hide under. It is armor you walk in. It is the proof that heaven has chosen you. Wear it boldly. Move in it confidently. Rest in it fully. For the same mercy that preserved you yesterday is already preparing the path before you today. Chosen one, let gratitude rise in your heart. Let your spirit whisper, "Thank you, Lord, for mercy that never fails." Because truly, if not for mercy, you would not be here. And if mercy has carried you this far, then surely it will not leave you. Now, you are chosen, covered, preserved, and lifted by mercy. This is why you can step into the future without fear. This is why your miracle will meet you in perfect time. Mercy has been guiding you all along. Chosen one. Let us look closely at the rejection you have faced. Many times, you cried out, wondering why certain people walked away. Why opportunities slipped through your fingers. Why doors that seemed perfect suddenly shut in your face. You may have interpreted these moments as punishment or loss, but heaven calls them protection. There are places you wanted to enter that would have poisoned your spirit. There are relationships you longed to keep that would have drained your light. There are positions you thought were blessings that would have shackled you in chains. What looked like rejection was heaven's redirection. You were not being denied. You were being preserved. The Lord himself declared through Moses in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14, "The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." That stillness is not weakness. It is trust. It is heaven whispering, "Do not chase what I have closed. Rest, because I am fighting battles you cannot see." Oh, beloved, when a door shut in front of you, it was because heaven already knew what lurked behind it. You thought it was favor, but it was a trap. You thought it was love, but it was a counterfeit. You thought it was opportunity, but it was distraction. And so heaven, in mercy, blocked your way. This is why you must never confuse rejection with worthlessness. You were not cast aside, you were set apart. The no's of heaven are not punishment, they are preservation. They keep you aligned with destiny. They shield you from premature battles. They guard you from attaching to what cannot sustain your future. Think of Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, and imprisoned. At each stage, it looked like rejection, but in reality, each closed door moved him closer to the palace. Had he been accepted by his brothers, he would never have reached Egypt. Had he remained a free man, he would never have stood before Pharaoh. Rejection became the road to destiny. The same is true for you. Beloved, every time someone walked away, heaven was removing what could not walk with you into your next chapter. Every time you were overlooked, heaven was saying, "I have reserved a place where you will not only be seen, but celebrated." You were not abandoned, you were hidden until the right time. Consider a sculptor carving stone. With each strike of the hammer, pieces fall away. To the untrained eye, it looks like destruction, but the sculptor knows that every chip removed reveals the masterpiece within. That is what rejection has been in your life. Every loss was a strike of the hammer, not to destroy you, but to reveal who you truly are. Beloved, you must learn to thank God for closed doors as much as for open ones. The doors that closed were as much blessings as those that opened. They saved you from wasted years, from stolen peace, from battles that were never meant to be yours. You may remember relationships you begged heaven to keep, people you thought you could not live without. Yet when they left, you discovered strength you did not know you carried. Their absence created space for heaven's presence to grow stronger in your life. And now, with time, you see that what you thought was loss was actually liberation. Chosen one. Hear this clearly. Rejection was not the enemy winning, it was God intervening. It was the Lord fighting for you. Every no was protection. Every ending was preservation. Every goodbye was heaven's way of saying, "I have better." Endo, do not mourn forever over what you lost. If it was necessary for your destiny, heaven would have secured it. If it was meant for your future, it would not have slipped away. Nothing truly yours can ever be stolen. What leaves was never meant to stay. What closes was never meant to carry you forward. Even now, heaven is preparing alignments that will not reject you. Relationships built on truth. Opportunities tailored to your calling. Doors that no one can shut. These are coming. But you would never have recognized them if you were still clinging to counterfeits. That is why the old had to go before the new could arrive. Think of a gardener pruning a tree. The branches cut away may seem cruel, but pruning is not punishment. It is preparation for fruitfulness. Without pruning, the tree wastes energy on dead or weak branches. With pruning, it channels strength into growth and abundance. That is what heaven has done with your life. Rejection was pruning. Painful, yes, but fruitful in the end. Beloved, your miracle requires space. It cannot rest in a crowded heart filled with unworthy attachments. That is why heaven allowed some people to walk away. That is why doors closed. That is why opportunities shifted. Not because you were unworthy, but because your worth was too great for those places. You are chosen, and chosen ones cannot remain everywhere. With everyone, in everything, you are set apart. You are reserved for divine timing. And when the right door opens, when the right people arrive, when the right opportunity appears, you will understand why everything else had to end. So, release the bitterness. Forgive those who walked away. Stop replaying the what-ifs in your mind. Lift your eyes to the horizon and trust that heaven has not rejected you, it has protected you. Every step has been ordered. Every loss has been turned into preparation. Every rejection has been a divine redirection toward your true purpose. And soon, beloved, you will look back and realize what you thought was breaking you was actually building you. What you thought was loss was actually gain. What you thought was rejection was actually the embrace of heaven shielding you from harm. Walk forward with peace, for the same God who shut the wrong doors will open the right ones at the perfect time. Chosen one. Now is the time to respond boldly. You have heard heaven's whisper in your spirit. You have felt the confirmation that these words are not human, they are divine. But heaven is waiting for something more than just silent agreement. Heaven is waiting for your response. Response is powerful. Response is not just reaction, it is alignment. When you respond, you position yourself to receive. When you declare with your mouth what your heart already knows, the spiritual atmosphere around you shifts. The Bible reminds us that life and death are in the power of the tongue. What you speak has weight in unseen realms. The prophet Joshua declared in the first chapter, Verse 9, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you. Strength and courage are not emotions, they are choices. And one of the ways you choose courage is by opening your mouth and declaring truth. Even when fear tells you to stay silent. Beloved, silence has its place. But there are moments where silence is dangerous. This is one of those moments. You cannot afford to remain passive at the edge of your breakthrough. You cannot treat divine instruction as casual suggestion. Heaven requires response. Heaven looks for action. Heaven honors obedience. Think of Elijah on Mount Carmel. The prophet did not simply wait for fire to fall. He prepared the altar. He poured water. He prayed with boldness. His preparation was his response. And his response invited the fire of God. without action, the miracle would not have manifested. In the same way, your prophetic act in this moment is not empty. It is preparation. It is alignment. It is your way of saying, Lord, I am not only listening, I am agreeing. Heaven treasures agreement. When your heart and your voice align with God's word, miracles accelerate. Chosen one, let me speak plainly. Too often, you have hesitated. You have second-guessed yourself. You have delayed obedience, thinking you had more time. But delay is dangerous. The enemy thrives in hesitation. He knows that if he can keep you quiet, if he can keep you passive, you will miss divine timing. That is why this moment matters so much. Right now, heaven is not asking for something complicated. It is not asking for something heavy. It is asking for a simple declaration. In the comments, type these words: I choose. Just 2 words. 2 words that carry eternal weight. 2 words that break hesitation. 2 words that silence the voice of fear. When you write, I choose, you are declaring that you will not let the enemy choose for you. You will not let fear dictate your future. You will not let delay rob you of destiny. You will choose courage. You will choose obedience. You will choose the path heaven has laid before you. Think of the Israelites standing before the Red Sea. They had 2 choices: turn back in fear or step forward in faith. When Moses stretched his staff, it was a choice of obedience. That act split the sea. Your comment, your declaration, may seem small, but it is your staff lifted toward the impossible. It is your act of faith that invites heaven to move. Beloved, do not underestimate the power of simplicity. A mustard seed is small, yet it grows into a mighty tree. A pebble in David's sling was small, yet it toppled a giant. 2 words typed in faith may look small, but they echo in eternity. They are enough to shift the atmosphere over your life. Now, let me explain why this act matters so deeply. Heaven always honors response. When the blind man cried out to Jesus, Son of David, have mercy on me, his cry became the key to his healing. When the woman with the issue of blood reached out to touch the hem of his garment, her simple act became the doorway to her miracle. When Peter stepped out of the boat, his single step became the miracle of walking on water. Your act of commenting, I choose, may look insignificant to the natural eye, but in the spiritual realm, it is like shouting across mountains. I will not miss what heaven has for me. Angels respond to faith. Darkness trembles at obedience. Heaven records your alignment and releases acceleration. Beloved chosen one, I know hesitation still whispers in your ear. You wonder, does this really matter? Can such a small act carry such weight? But I remind you, obedience has never been about size. It has always been about sincerity. Heaven is not looking at your fingers typing. It is looking at your heart, believing. The choice you make now is more than words. It is the turning point of your season. You have spent years carrying silent burdens, enduring storms, surviving rejection. Now you stand at the threshold of miracle. This is not the time to shrink back. This is the time to say boldly, I choose. MC. Choose faith over fear. Choose courage over hesitation. Choose destiny over delay. Choose obedience over doubt. Choose light over darkness. And as you choose, watch how heaven chooses you all over again, affirming what was written before the foundation of the world. that you are His, and He is yours. Beloved, one day you will look back on this moment and realize it was the hinge of your story. The moment everything began to turn, the moment clarity arrived, the moment peace flooded in, the moment miracles started unfolding one after another, all because you dared to say, I choose. Let this not be another word you hear and forget. Seal it with action. Declare it boldly. And as you do, lift your head and know that heaven is smiling upon you. For you have responded. You have aligned. You have chosen one. Pause and feel the shield of heaven around you. You may not always see it, but it is there, an invisible fortress, a wall of fire, a covering that cannot be pierced. You have survived storms because of it. You have walked through battles and still remained standing because of it. You are alive today because heaven has never stopped guarding you. The psalmist testifies in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 1. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. This truth is not poetry, it is a law in the Spirit. Weapons may be formed, enemies may plot, darkness may rise, but every scheme breaks against the covering of God. What was designed to destroy you becomes the very thing that proves your resilience. Beloved, think of an arrow shot at a warrior. To the unprotected, it is fatal, but to the shielded, it only strikes metal and falls powerless to the ground. That is your reality. Arrows have flown, daggers of words have been spoken, fires of betrayal have burned around you, yet not one has pierced the shield of heaven that covers you. You must understand, this covering is not fragile. It does not waver when storms roar. It is not like an umbrella that bends in the wind. It is a fortress, built not with human stone, but with eternal strength. You walk under a dome of mercy, a canopy of grace. When the enemy sees you, he sees that shield first, and it terrifies him. Think of a ship sailing across a violent sea. The waves crash, the winds howl, but the vessel does not sink because it was built for the storm. That is you. God has constructed your life like a vessel designed for rough waters. You were never made to capsize. You were made to endure. And yet, beloved, this truth is not meant to comfort you alone. A shield is not only for survival, it is also for testimony. Others are watching your journey. They see the storms you endure. They see the battles you face. And when they realize you are still standing, they will ask, how? Your answer will not point to your strength, but to your covering. This is why I must pause and speak heart to heart. If this word has poured life into your spirit, let it not stop with you. Think of a torch carried in darkness. When you hold it high, you can see the path, but when you pass it to another, suddenly two paths are lit. When that torch is passed again, soon a valley that was once black becomes a field of fire. That is what happens when you like and share this word. You are passing the flame. Do not think of it as a click. Think of it as striking flint against stone, sending sparks into the night. A spark might look small, but together they ignite a blaze. Somewhere, someone sits in despair, scrolling in silence, waiting for confirmation that God still sees them. Your share may be the spark that ignites their hope again. And subscribe, beloved, not as routine, but as planting your tent beside the river. A traveler in the desert may find water once and drink, but if they leave, thirst will return. Those who camp by the river remain refreshed daily. That is what subscription is. It is choosing to stay near the source, to remain connected where life keeps flowing. If your heart feels stirred to give, to donate, let it not feel like a burden. See it as planting a seed in soil already proven fertile. A farmer does not scatter seed on stone. He chooses ground that is alive. This ground, these words of life, this flow of encouragement is fertile. Seeds planted here grow into fruit that feed not only you, but countless others. Imagine a tree heavy with fruit. The one who planted it may have moved on, but generations later, children still eat from its branches. That is what your donation becomes: a tree in someone else's wilderness. A gift that outlives you. A testimony that keeps feeding souls long after you release it. Do not underestimate small seeds. A single drop of rain may seem powerless, but enough drops fill rivers. A single stone may look ordinary, but enough stones build cathedrals. A single act of generosity may feel small, but in heaven's hands it becomes multiplied beyond imagination. Beloved, think of this journey as a fortress being built. Every like is a brick. Every share is a beam. Every subscription is a window. Every donation is a foundation stone. Alone, one piece cannot shelter, but together they rise into a sanctuary where weary souls can enter and rest. When you engage, you are not just receiving blessing, you are helping build a refuge for others. This is why I speak with such sincerity. Your part matters. Your flame matters. Your seed matters. When you step in, you are not just helping me, you are partnering with heaven in creating a space where the chosen ones of God can gather. Be strengthened and walk boldly into destiny. And here is the promise you must hold: as you sow, as you share, as you stay connected, heaven does not forget. What you release returns multiplied. The bread you cast upon the waters will come back to you in ways you could never expect. The shield that covers you will not only remain, it will expand, stretching over your family, your home, your future. Beloved, your miracle is certain. The covering is unbreakable. The shield is eternal. But the testimony of your life must also become the flame that lights the path for others. Do not hide it. Do not keep it silent. Pass the flame. Plant the seed. Build the fortress. For in doing so, you prove that you are not only covered, you are a covering for others. No weapon formed against you will prosper. No storm will overwhelm you. No betrayal will undo you. You are chosen. You are shielded. And now, you are called to help others discover the same truth. Let your actions today, your like, your share, your subscription, your sowing be more than clicks or coins. Let them be seeds, sparks, stones, rivers. Let them be the living proof that you believe this word is not just for you, but for the countless others who are still waiting in silence for their confirmation. Beloved, you are covered. You are chosen. You are unstoppable. And heaven smiles as you step boldly under the shield, knowing your miracle will not miss you. Chosen one, you were born for this battle. The very air you breathe is filled with purpose. Every trial you have faced, every wound you have carried, every valley you have walked through was shaping you for the war you were destined to fight. This is not a war of flesh and blood, not a war of fists and weapons, but a war of spirit and destiny. From the day of your birth, you carried a mark that made you different. Heaven's imprint is etched upon your soul, and because of that, darkness recognized you. It saw the light before you even understood it yourself. That is why the battles came so early. That is why opposition met you before you had the strength to fight. The enemy always tries to kill greatness in its infancy. But you survived. You endured. You rose. And now you stand not as a victim, but as a warrior forged in fire. Beloved, do you see it? The strength you carry is not from ease, but from endurance. The authority you walk in is not borrowed, but birthed from every storm you conquered. The Apostle Paul assures us in the book of Ephesians, chapter 3, verse 20, "Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us." That power is not abstract. It is alive within you right now. The very Spirit of God dwells inside you, equipping you to fight battles you once thought impossible. Chosen one. Your battle is not a curse, it is a calling. Warriors are not made in comfort. They are born in fire, trained in storms, tested in deserts. That is why your journey has been so intense. You are not ordinary. Therefore, your training could never be ordinary. Think of David. Before he stood before Goliath, he faced lions and bears alone in the wilderness. What looked like isolation was preparation. The courage he gained in the fields became the weapon that felled the giant. In the same way, your private battles have prepared you for public victories. You may have wondered, why me? Why must I fight so much? Beloved, the answer is simple. Because you carry victory for more than yourself. Your fight is generational. When you rise, your family rises. When you overcome, chains break, not only from your life, but from those connected to you. Your obedience becomes the deliverance of many. This is why the fight has been so fierce. The enemy does not waste energy on those who pose no threat. He fights hardest against those who carry the greatest destiny. The relentless storms you faced were not proof of weakness, they were proof of importance. Darkness trembled at your calling and tried to silence it. But every attempt has failed. You are still here. You are still chosen. Beloved, understand this. Warriors do not avoid battles, they transform them. You were created not to run from the fire, but to walk through it. And when you walk through, you do not come out burned, you come out blazing brighter. The battles you survived are not scars to hide, but medals of honor, proof that you are marked by heaven's strength. Look back for a moment. The seasons when you thought you would never make it, when the weight seemed too much, when your knees buckled under grief, you survived them all. Not by accident, but because you were carried, and every survival has added to your arsenal. Now you stand not empty-handed, but armed with wisdom, endurance, and faith sharpened like a sword. Chosen one, your weapons are not carnal. Your power is not in revenge, not in human strength, but in the Spirit of God. Prayer is your sword. Faith is your shield. Praise is your weapon of mass destruction. When you open your mouth to worship, chains tremble. When you lift your voice in prayer, walls crack. When you stand in faith, the enemy has no choice but to flee. This is your identity, a warrior clothed in light, armed with divine fire, unstoppable in purpose, Do not shrink back. Do not believe the lies that you are too weak, too broken, too unworthy. You are equipped. You are anointed. You are called for such a time as this. Think of a soldier on a battlefield. His armor may be dented, his body bruised, but as long as he still stands, he is dangerous. That is you. You have dents from battles, bruises from betrayals, scars from storms, but you are still standing, and that alone terrifies darkness. Beloved, there is a reason heaven calls you chosen. You were not just saved from destruction, you were set apart for victory. You are a banner of hope for others, still trapped in their battles. Your testimony will become their weapon. Your scars will become their encouragement. Your story will remind them that if God preserved you, He will preserve them too. So rise. Warrior, take your place. Lift your head high. The enemy wanted you to crawl, but heaven has decreed you will stand. The enemy wanted you silenced, but heaven has declared your voice will roar. The enemy wanted you broken, but heaven has marked you unbreakable. This is not the end of your fight. It is the unveiling of your calling. You were born for this. You are equipped for this. And nothing in heaven nor earth can strip you of the destiny written over your life. Beloved, let courage swell in your spirit. Let fire ignite in your soul. You are chosen for the battle, and you are destined for victory. Chosen one. There are moments when heaven does not simply whisper to you. It requires a prophetic act. This is one of those moments. What you are hearing now is not only encouragement, it is instruction. The miracle heaven has aligned for you is waiting for your agreement. And that agreement must be expressed not only in your heart, but also in your action. In Scripture, obedience was never just about listening, it was always about responding. Noah did not only hear God's voice, he built the ark. Abraham did not only receive the promise, he left his homeland. Peter did not only hear Jesus say, "Come," he stepped out of the boat. Action seals the word. Action démonstrate faith. Action opens the door for miracles. The Spirit of the Lord speaks in the book of Acts. Chapter 1, verse 8. You will receive power when the Holy Spirit comes on you, and you will be my witnesses to the ends of the earth. Notice this carefully. The power was promised, but it was activated when the disciples responded together in obedience, waiting in the upper room. Their unity and action drew the fire of heaven. Beloved, today, heaven is also waiting for your act of faith. Not tomorrow, not later, but now. You have heard. You have felt the confirmation stirring in your heart. But faith without action remains a dream unrealized. This is why heaven entrusts you with a prophetic sign to act on in this very moment. And the sign is this. Type the number 9,999 just once. Clear and bold. Not as superstition, not as coincidence, but as declaration. By writing it, you are saying, I will not stop halfway. I will step into the fullness heaven has written over me. Now, you may wonder, why type a number? Isn't this too small? But remember, prophetic acts often look simple in human eyes. Moses lifted a staff and the sea split. Joshua marched around the walls and they collapsed. A boy offered a small lunch and thousands were fed. Small acts, when given in obedience, unlock great wonders. When you release this number, you are not only typing it on a screen, You are engraving it into eternity. As a covenant in the Spirit, angels bear witness. Darkness trembles. Heaven records it. Do not let hesitation steal the moment. Delay is the enemy's favorite weapon. Act now. As Naaman did when he dipped himself 7 times in the Jordan. Simple, but it brought complete healing. This prophetic act is your key. The door stands before you. The promise is behind it. But until the key is turned, it remains shut. Your action, your declaration, is that turning of the key, and once you turn it, the door swings wide, and what was once delayed becomes visible. Chosen one. Heaven does not force destiny, it invites you. God presents the plan, offers the moment, and waits for your response. Today's prophetic act is your response. Remember this: obedience is not measured by size, but by sincerity. With a single declaration of this prophetic number, you are writing your statement of faith. I am ready. I receive. I step into completion. This moment can become the turning point of your life. You will look back and realize that today, through a simple yet profound act, you crossed the threshold into a new season. But let me show you something deeper. When heaven requires a prophetic act, it is not because God needs it, He is already sovereign. It is because you need it. Your heart needs the anchor of action. Your mind needs the reminder that you are no longer wavering. Your spirit needs the breakthrough that comes when faith becomes visible. Think of it like planting a flag on conquered ground. The land was already given, but the flag is proof that it belongs to you. The promise is already yours. But the prophetic act is your flag in the soil, declaring, "This territory belongs to me, and I will not back down." Arlinus, beloved, prophetic acts have always separated the casual hearer from the committed follower. Many listened to Jesus, but only a few left everything to follow him. Many heard his words, but only those who acted on them became disciples. Heaven is inviting you to move from hearing into doing, from waiting into stepping, from believing quietly into declaring boldly. Do not underestimate the eternal ripple of this moment. What you release now will echo beyond you. When you act, you create a pathway for others. Your obedience becomes the bridge someone else will walk on. Your declaration becomes the courage someone else borrows. Your faith becomes the seed of another's breakthrough. And here is the beauty. You may never meet the lives your act will touch, but heaven will credit them to your account. Every ripple, every echo, every life touched will be traced back to this moment when you dared to act, when you dared to declare, when you dared to say, "Yes, Lord, I agree." And so let courage rise within you. Do not only listen, act. Do not only feel, declare. And as you type it, believe that heaven nods. The word is sealed, and you have stepped into what was ordained for you before the foundation of the world. The number 9,999 is not just digits, it is the seal of agreement between you and heaven. And from the moment you release it, you are no longer where you once were. You have stepped into the new, chosen one. When darkness trembles, it is not because of worldly power or earthly strength. It is because the light you carry is not of this world. You have often underestimated yourself, assuming that your prayers were weak or your voice was unheard. Yet every whisper you lifted to heaven shook unseen realms. Every quiet tear you shed in faith sent shockwaves into the territory of the enemy. You are not ordinary. Your words carry weight because they are breathed upon by the Spirit of the living God. When you open your mouth in prayer, heaven leans close. When you declare truth, chains that have bound generations begin to crack. When you lift your heart in worship, fire is released into the atmosphere. The psalmist rejoices in the book of Psalms, chapter 20, verse 7. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. Do you hear this declaration? Others place confidence in earthly weapons, in human strength, in fragile securities. But you, chosen one, walk in a trust that terrifies the enemy. The name of the Lord is your weapon, and no power of darkness can stand against that name. Beloved, there are battles raging that you cannot see. Invisible wars swirl around you. Angels and demons contend over territories, over souls, over destinies. Yet you must know this: you are not helpless in these battles. Your prayers are not whispers into empty air. They are commands that travel like fire through the unseen. When you pray, chains begin to rattle. When you intercede, strongholds begin to weaken. When you call on the name of Jesus, darkness cannot remain. The light within you is not passive, it is aggressive. It advances, it invades, it pushes back the tide of evil simply by being released. Think of Paul and Silas, shackled in prison, beaten and left in the dark. They could have stayed silent. They could have surrendered to despair. But instead, they lifted their voices in praise. And as their worship rose, the prison shook. Doors flew open. Chains fell off. Not only theirs, but the chains of everyone listening. That is the power of your voice. That is the impact of your worship. Beloved, the enemy fears your awakening more than anything else. He tries to silence you because he knows that if you ever realize the authority you carry, his grip will break. That is why you have faced such resistance. That is why attacks have felt so relentless. He is terrified that you will discover that you were never defenseless. You were always armed with heaven's authority. Every time you felt like giving up, but chose to whisper a prayer instead, you struck a blow against darkness. Every time you lifted your hands in worship while your heart was breaking, you shook the ground under the enemy's feet. Every time you forgave when bitterness begged to stay, you tore down walls that demons had built for decades. Chosen one, your light does not flicker out in storms, it blazes brighter. The oil of the Spirit within you feeds the flame. That is why darkness trembles. Not because of who you are in the natural, but because of who you carry within. The name of Jesus on your lips, the Spirit of God within you, the blood of the Lamb covering you. These are realities that terrify every shadow. Do not belittle the power of your prayers. Do not think they are wasted. Even the prayers you forgot, heaven remembers. Even the tears you thought were ignored, God bottled them. They were never lost. They became fire in the heavens, striking against the works of the enemy. Beloved, there is a shift happening. You are being awakened to the warrior within you. No longer will you walk believing you are weak. No longer will you cower as if powerless. You will rise, knowing that your presence disrupts hell's agenda. You will stand, knowing that your prayers are like thunder in the unseen. You will live knowing that your worship shakes the ground. Picture this: a single candle lit in a dark cave. At first, it seems small, but as the flame flickers, shadows begin to retreat. The darkness cannot swallow it, it must yield. That candle is you, and the cave is the world around you. No matter how deep the shadows, your light wins. Always. Chosen one. The trembling of darkness is proof of your authority. Do not let fear convince you otherwise. Fear is the last weapon of a defeated enemy. He trembles, and in his trembling, he tries to make you tremble too. But you were not built for fear. You were built for fire. You were built to shine. You were built to make darkness scatter. So lift your head. Let your spirit rise. When you speak, speak with conviction. When you pray, pray as one who knows heaven is listening. When you worship, worship with the fire of someone whose voice breaks chains. For truly, you are a chosen one, and your very presence is warfare against the enemy. Beloved, never again underestimate the impact of your light. Heaven has declared it. The enemy fears it. And now it is time for you to walk in it. Chosen one. Sometimes what feels like the longest delay is heaven's most precise timing. You have prayed, waited, wept, and wondered why the breakthrough has not yet come. You looked around and saw others receive their answers, while you remained in the waiting. Yet let this truth sink deep into your spirit. Delay is not denial. The waiting room of God is not a place of punishment, but a place of preparation. The prophet Habakkuk wrote in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." These words breathe hope into your weary soul. The vision has not died. The promise has not expired. The miracle has not been forgotten. It lingers, not because heaven is cruel, but because heaven is aligning everything for your good. Beloved, think of the farmer who plants seed. He does not expect a harvest the next morning. He knows the earth must do its hidden work. Rain must fall. Sun must rise. Roots must stretch deep before shoots break the surface. If he digs up the seed too soon, he destroys what was about to grow. In the same way, your waiting season has been a root season. Heaven was stretching your faith deeper, anchoring your soul so that when the miracle blossoms, it will not be uprooted. Delay refines motives. Delay strengthens faith. Delay teaches you to cling to God and not just to His gifts. You have asked, why so long? The answer, beloved, is that heaven was not only preparing the miracle for you, it was preparing you for the miracle. If blessings had come too early, they could have crushed you. If doors had opened too soon, you might not have been ready to walk through them. But now, after the waiting, you are stronger, wiser, and able to carry what is coming. Do you see how the hand of God has been at work in silence? When you thought nothing was moving, He was aligning connections, orchestrating details, removing counterfeits, and making space for the genuine. What you perceived as inactivity was heaven's strategy. What you called delay was heaven's choreography. Beloved, your tears were not wasted. They watered the soil of promise. Your sighs were not ignored. They rose as incense before the throne. Your prayers were not in vain. They became arrows piercing through the unseen. Every day you waited was not a day lost, but a day invested in the perfect unveiling of God's plan. Consider Sarah, who waited decades for a child. She grew weary, even laughed in disbelief. Yet, at the appointed time, Isaac was born. Consider Joseph, imprisoned and forgotten. Yet in one day he was elevated to the palace. Consider Israel, wandering 40 years, but eventually stepping into the promised land. Delay did not erase destiny, it secured it. And so it is with you, beloved. Heaven is never late. God does not operate on your clock, but on His eternal calendar. You see minutes ticking by, but He sees the tapestry of eternity. You feel forgotten, but He knows your name and your timing. And when the appointed time comes, the miracle will not crawl toward you, it will rush. Unstoppable, undeniable. Your delay has also been a shield. There are enemies you were not ready to face, traps you would have stumbled into, battles you were not yet equipped to fight. The waiting preserved you. It was not punishment, it was protection. Heaven was saying, "Not yet, because I love you too much to expose you before you are ready." Beloved, trust this: what is meant for you cannot be stolen. What heaven has ordained cannot be cancelled. What God has spoken cannot be silenced. The vision may tarry, but it is on the way. You will hold it in your hands. You will see it with your eyes. You will testify with your lips that delay was not denial, it was preparation for glory. So lift your head in hope. Let patience rise as strength within you. Waiting is not wasted. Waiting is warfare. Waiting is worship. For in the waiting, you declare that you trust God's hand even when you cannot trace it. Beloved, your miracle is not lost in the fog of time. It is on the horizon, drawing closer with every step of obedience you take. Though it lingers, wait for it. Though it seems far, hold fast, for it will come, and when it comes, it will be worth every tear, every prayer, every moment of silence. Do not despise this waiting season. Treasure it, for it is shaping you into the vessel who can carry what is coming. Soon, you will understand why the delay was necessary, and when you do, gratitude will overflow, because you will see that heaven's timing was perfect all along. Chosen one, a crown of glory is waiting for you. This crown is not made of gold or jewels that fade. It is woven from obedience, from endurance, from every tear you have shed in faith. It is the symbol of destiny fulfilled, of battles fought and won, of heaven's acknowledgement that you remained faithful even when the path was hard. The Apostle Paul concludes in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8, "Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award on that day to all who longed for his appearing." This promise is not only Paul's, it is yours. The crown is the inheritance of every chosen one who refuses to quit. Beloved, you have walked through valleys of shadows, climbed mountains of resistance, crossed deserts of silence. Yet all along, heaven was shaping a crown fit for your head. When others mocked you, heaven was polishing it. When you endured trials, heaven was setting precious stones into it. When you chose forgiveness over bitterness, mercy over vengeance, light over darkness, another jewel was added. Think of a runner in a race. They push forward, lungs burning, legs trembling, heart pounding. At times, the finish line seems impossible, but step by step, they continue, because they know a prize awaits. That is you, chosen one. You have been running through seasons of weariness, but the prize is near. The finish line is closer than you realize, and your crown is already prepared. But hear me, your crown is not only for eternity, it begins to shine even now. It glimmers when you encourage someone in their despair. It sparkles when you choose prayer over panic. It radiates when you walk faithfully, even in silence. This crown is a living testimony that you belong not to this world, but to a kingdom that cannot be shaken. Beloved, allow me to speak to your heart with sincerity. If these words have nourished your soul, let them not stop here. Imagine this message as a river. When you drink, you are refreshed. But when you help others drink too, you become part of the river's flow. That is what happens when you like and share. Your simple act becomes a stream of living water for someone else wandering thirsty in the desert. And when you subscribe, do not think of it as just a button. Picture it as planting your roots by this river. A tree planted by water does not wither, no matter how harsh the heat. Subscribing means choosing to stay close to the source, to let your spirit keep drawing life each time you return. Beloved, do not underestimate the weight of your response. Every like is a spark. Every share is bread. Every subscription is a root planted. Every donation is a seed in fertile ground. And now, I invite you to seal this moment personally. Write these simple words below. I choose light. 3 words, ordinary to the eye, yet mighty in the spirit. When you type them, you declare to heaven and to your own heart that darkness will not claim you. You proclaim that you stand with the truth of God's word, that your path will be guided by His brightness, not shadow. This comment is more than digital ink. It is a prophetic act, a stamp of faith that echoes into eternity. If your heart stirs to give, to donate, let it be done with the same spirit of sowing. A farmer who keeps seed locked in his hand will remain empty, but one who scatters in fertile ground will reap abundance. This message, this flow of encouragement, is fertile ground. When you release a seed here, you are not losing, you are multiplying. Your donation becomes like a lantern set upon a hill, guiding travelers who are lost in the night. Think of this movement as a great tapestry being woven. Every like is a thread of color. Every share is a stitch that connects. Every subscription is a knot that secures. Every donation is golden thread that strengthens the fabric. Together, they create a picture of light that the world can see. And you are part of that masterpiece. Beloved, your crown is not only about what you receive, it is also about what you release. The glory placed upon your life is not meant to stay hidden. It is meant to shine, to reflect, to invite others into hope. That is why your engagement matters. It multiplies the testimony. It carries the flame into places you may never walk physically, but where your voice and faith can still reach. Do not underestimate the power of your act. A share might reach a broken soul on the edge of giving up. A donation might sustain the message that saves a wandering heart. A subscription might anchor you so that tomorrow's word arrives exactly when you need it. These are not small things, they are heavenly investments. Beloved, think of a crown not sitting on a shelf but being placed upon your head. Each act of faith you release today becomes another gem in that crown. Your obedience is carving your testimony. Your generosity is weaving your legacy. Your courage to stay connected, to sow, to shine, is preparing the crown that will one day be revealed in full glory. So walk with your head lifted. Even when the weight of life bows your shoulders, remember there is a crown above you, unseen but very real. And every step you take toward obedience, every action of love and faith, is polishing that crown until the day it is revealed. Beloved, heaven watches, the angels rejoice, and the Spirit confirms. You are not forgotten. Your race is not wasted. Your crown is secure. And when you reach the finish line, you will not arrive empty. You will arrive radiant, crowned, and victorious. Until that day, let every act your like, your share, your subscription, your sowing be small glimpses of the crown you already carry. For you are chosen, you are marked, and your crown of glory is nearer than you think. Chosen one. Every scar you carry tells a story. They are not signs of weakness, but symbols of survival. Each mark upon your heart, each wound upon your soul, is evidence that you endured what was meant to destroy you. You did not collapse. You did not vanish. You remained. And in remaining, you became stronger than you ever imagined. The Apostle Peter reminds us in the first letter of Peter, chapter 5, verse 10, the God of all grace, who called you in Christ, after you suffer a little while, will himself restore you, make you strong, firm, steadfast. Let these words wrap around you like a healing balm. Suffering is never the end. Restoration is promised. Strength is guaranteed. Scars are transformed into testimony. Beloved, think of the soldier returning from battle. His armor is dented, his body bruised, but his eyes shine with fire. His scars are not shame, they are proof of victory. They tell him, and everyone who sees him, that he fought and survived. That is you. Every scar in your life is a medal of honor, a declaration that you have faced storms and walked out alive. Do not despise your scars. Do not hide them in shame. They are not blemishes, they are badges. They tell the world, I was wounded, but I am still here. I was attacked, but I did not fall. I was broken, but I was restored. Your scars speak louder than the lies of the enemy. They silence the accusation that you are weak, because they testify of your endurance. Beloved, scars also carry power because they connect you to others. A wound healed becomes compassion. A struggle overcome becomes wisdom. When you share your testimony, others see themselves in your scars and realize they, too, can survive. Your scars become their hope. Your testimony becomes their weapon. Think of Thomas, who doubted until he saw the scars of Jesus. It was the wounds, not the words, that convinced him. In the same way, your scars are proof of reality. They are tangible evidence that God's grace is not theory, but truth. When others see how you survived, they cannot deny the power that carried you through. Beloved, you may have wished that your path had been easier, that your journey had been free of pain, but then you would not carry the depth you have now. Then you would not be able to speak with the authority of one who has lived through fire, Then you would not be able to touch hearts with the compassion of one who understands. Your scars are the ink heaven used to write your testimony. They are the lines that tell your story in ways words alone never could. Every scar says, God was faithful. God was present. God was stronger. They do not diminish you. They define you as a warrior who has seen battle and remained standing. Beloved, remember that healing does not erase scars. Healing transforms them. When a wound is open, it is raw, painful, vulnerable. But when it heals, it leaves a mark. That mark no longer bleeds, but it never disappears. And that is its beauty. It is silent evidence that you overcame. You are not defined by the pain that created the scar, but by the healing that sealed it. Think of Jacob wrestling with God. He limped for the rest of his life. His limp was his scar, but it was also his testimony, the reminder of his encounter with the divine, the proof that he had wrestled and prevailed. Your scars are your limp, reminders of both struggle and victory. They tell you that you have met God in the dark and emerged changed. Beloved, let your scars become your sermon. Do not hide them, for in them lies healing for others. When someone sees your resilience, they see the faithfulness of God. When someone hears your story, they find the courage to keep walking. Your scars are not just about you, they are about those who will come after you, those who need your light to guide them. So lift your head, warrior. Wear your scars with pride. Let them shine as testimonies of grace. Do not cover them, reveal them. Do not apologize for them, honor them. For in every scar, heaven whispers, you survived, you endured, you overcame. Beloved, every scar is now a weapon. The enemy wanted them to remind you of pain, but heaven has transformed them into reminders of strength. Each time you see them, you do not relive defeat, you proclaim victory. You declare, if I made it through then, I can make it through now. This is your truth. You are not defined by your wounds, but by your healing. You are not marked by failure, but by survival. You are not a victim, you are a victor. And your scars, far from weakening you, have become the sharpest weapons in your arsenal, cutting through lies with the blade of truth. Beloved, embrace your scars. They are heaven's artwork etched on your soul. They are your story written in flesh and spirit. They are the evidence that you are chosen, preserved, restored, and destined for glory. Chosen one. Though your journey has often felt lonely, you have never walked alone. Even in the silence, even in the dark nights where you thought your prayers vanished into emptiness, unseen guardians walked beside you. You may not have noticed them, but heaven's armies have been assigned to you. Every step you took, every battle you faced, every tear you cried, angels were present. From the beginning of time, God has sent his messengers as protectors, guides, and warriors. They are not distant beings with no concern for your struggle. They are intimately involved in the unfolding of your destiny. Their presence does not mean you will never face storms, but it means storms will never consume you. Their assignment is to surround you, to war on your behalf, to ensure that you reach the place heaven has prepared. The prophet Zechariah records in the book of Zechariah, chapter 4, verse 6, "Not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord Almighty. This truth explains why you are still standing. It is not because of your human strength. It is because the Spirit of the Lord, often through the ministry of His angels, has upheld you when your knees would have buckled. Beloved, angels are not symbols or fairy tales. They are reality. Scripture reveals them again and again, surrounding Elisha when his servant saw only an enemy army, strengthening Jesus in Gethsemane as he prepared for the cross, releasing Peter from prison with chains falling like dust. If heaven assigned angels to them, why would you believe you have been forgotten? You too are surrounded, even when your eyes cannot see. Think of a child walking across a busy street, holding their parent's hand. The child may notice the traffic and feel fear, but as long as the parent holds tight, the child is safe. In the same way, you may see chaos around you, but the grip of heaven through its messengers secures you. Angels walk with you through dangers you never even recognized, pulling you back from edges you did not see. Beloved, there have been near misses in your life, moments you should not have survived, accidents that should have ended differently, attacks that could have destroyed you, and yet you are here. Do you think that is chance? No. It is evidence of angelic intervention. You were preserved because heaven would not let your story end before its time. Consider the night when Israel was delivered from Egypt. The angel of the Lord passed over every house marked with blood, sparing the people of God from destruction. That same covering rests upon you. Angels see the seal of God upon your life, the mark of one chosen by heaven, and they fight fiercely to keep you preserved. Do not think of angels only as guardians. They are also warriors. They contend in unseen realms. They push back forces of darkness. They carry answers to prayer. As when Gabriel came to Daniel, though delayed by opposition in the spiritual realm. When you pray, angels are mobilized. Your words are not whispers into nothing. They are assignments given to armies of light. Beloved, when you feel weakest, it is often because the greatest battles are raging around you. The pressure you sense in your spirit is not a sign of abandonment, but of angelic warfare happening on your behalf. You may feel the heat of the battle, but know this: you are not fighting alone. You have reinforcements that cannot be counted, armies that never tire, warriors who never retreat. This is why you should not fear the threats of the enemy. His numbers are limited. His power is restrained. But those who fight for you are countless and unstoppable. One word from God, and legions move. One command from heaven, and darkness flees. You are covered not only by grace, but by the hosts of heaven. Beloved, I want you to understand the dignity of your life. You are not insignificant. You are not unnoticed. If heaven assigns angels to you, it is because your destiny carries weight. Armies are not sent to guard what is meaningless. They are sent to guard what is precious, what is essential, what must reach its fulfillment. Think about the journey of Jesus as a child. Herod tried to kill him, but angels warned Joseph in dreams and directed their escape. If the Son of God himself was guarded by angelic messengers, do you not realize that as his chosen one, you are likewise preserved? The enemy may try to scheme against you, but he cannot bypass the protection heaven has placed around you. Beloved, angels also minister in moments of weariness. When Elijah, exhausted and despairing, lay under the broom tree and asked to die, an angel touched him, gave him bread and water, and strengthened him for the journey ahead. You too have been sustained in ways you could not explain. Strength you thought you lost was replenished. Hope you thought was gone, returned. This was not coincidence, it was angelic ministry. Unseen, yet real. Even now, as you read these words, angels are near. Some stand guard at the threshold of your home. Some encamp around your bed as you sleep. Some are dispatched as messengers, aligning the right people, opening the right doors, closing those that would harm you. You are not alone. You have never been alone, beloved. One day, when all is revealed, you will look back and see the countless interventions of these unseen guardians. You will realize how many times you were carried when you could not walk, lifted when you could not rise, shielded when you did not know danger lurked. And you will give glory to God, who loved you so fiercely that he assigned heaven's armies to your side. For now, walk with courage. Lift your head. The battles you face may seem overwhelming, but remember, you are never outnumbered. Those who are with you are greater than those who are against you. And as long as heaven assigns angels to your path, your destiny is secure. Beloved chosen one, rest in this truth. Unseen angels are walking with you into victory. They will not leave you. They will not fail you. They will not abandon their assignment. Their presence is proof of your worth, your calling, your chosenness. Lift your heart in gratitude and walk in peace. For though you cannot always see them, heaven's armies surround you, now and always. Chosen one, there comes a moment when heaven requires not only your agreement in spirit, but also your declaration in action. This is one of those sacred moments. The words you are hearing are not coincidence. They are not accident. They are divine alignment, a message that has been sent directly to you. Right here, right now, heaven is extending an invitation, and the doorway is open before you. It is a door into clarity after confusion, into strength after weakness, into light after long shadows. But every open door requires an act of faith to step through. You cannot just stand and watch. You must enter. And today, that act of faith is symbolized in a prophetic number the psalmist sings in the book of Psalms, chapter 118, verse 17, I will not die, but live, and will proclaim what the Lord has done. These words are not distant poetry. They are your anthem. They are the very declaration heaven is placing in your mouth. You will live. You will not be silenced. You will testify. But to step fully into this life, you must respond. Beloved, the number given to you today is 4,444. It is not random. It is not superstition. It is a prophetic act of agreement. 4 is the number of stability, of foundation, of divine order, north, south, east, west, the 4 winds, the 4 living creatures before the throne. To declare 4 fours is to declare that every corner of your life, every direction of your journey, is now aligned with heaven's perfect order. By writing this number, you are saying, I choose life. I choose alignment. I choose to step into the fullness of God's plan for me. It is not typing on a screen, it is engraving in the spirit. It is placing a banner over your soul. It is drawing a line in the sand and declaring that from this moment forward, you walk in destiny, not in defeat. Beloved, Prophetic acts often appear simple. To Naaman, dipping in a river seemed foolish, yet it brought healing. To Joshua, marching around Jericho seemed strange, yet it brought walls crashing down. To the widow, pouring oil into jars seemed too small, yet it filled every vessel and broke her poverty. What seems small in your eyes becomes mighty in God's hands. This act, writing 4,444, is a key. Picture a massive gate standing before you, heavy and ancient. Behind it lies freedom, joy, provision, destiny. You could push against it for years and never make it move. But with the right key, the gate swings open effortlessly. This number is that key. It is your way of saying, I agree. Lord, I align. I receive. No, do not underestimate the weight of this moment. Heaven has paused to offer you this alignment. Angels are witnessing. The Spirit is stirring. Destiny is waiting for your agreement. Do not let hesitation rob you. Delay is dangerous. For every moment you wait, doubt whispers louder, but the moment you act, the whisper is silenced. Beloved, when you type this number, you are not only stepping into promise, you are breaking cycles. Cycles of fear, cycles of despair, cycles of almost, but not yet. You are declaring, the old season ends here. The new begins now. Every chain that tried to hold you will hear this declaration and break. Every shadow that tried to silence you will flee. Every lie that told you you were forgotten will be silenced by heaven's roar. You are chosen. Understand this. Heaven never requires action to burden you, but to free you. This prophetic number is not weight, it is wings. It lifts you into the new. It propels you forward when your strength is gone. It becomes a stone in your hand, like David's sling against Goliath. Small to the eye, but mighty in the spirit. Beloved, do not look around to see who else is responding. This is not their word, it is yours. This is not their moment, it is your moment. Heaven is speaking to you personally. The invitation is in your hands. The question is not whether God will be faithful, He always is. The question is whether you will respond. Chosen one. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. You may feel uncertain. You may wonder if it matters, but deep within, your spirit already knows the truth. You feel the stirring. You sense the urgency. Heaven has already marked you for this. Now is the time to seal it. So act boldly. Type 4,444. Declare it. Let it be written not only on a screen, but also on your heart. And as you do, imagine heaven leaning down, angels taking note, and the Spirit of God whispering, "It is done. The door is open. The miracle is sealed." And oh, beloved, this is your prophetic act of life. Do not delay. Declare it now, and watch as heaven responds. Chosen one, there is a strength within you that you have not yet fully seen. The enemy has tried to convince you that you are fragile, that your days are numbered, that your story is close to its end. Yet heaven declares the opposite. You are still standing because you are not finished. Your breath remains because your purpose is not complete. Beloved, strength does not always roar like thunder. Sometimes it whispers like a steady flame that refuses to go out. You may have thought your resilience was gone, yet you kept standing. That quiet endurance is proof that heaven's power has been at work in you, molding you into a vessel that cannot be easily shaken. Chosen one. Remember how many times you thought it was over, and yet a new door opened. A new strength rose. A new day began. That is not coincidence, it is destiny. Each revival of your spirit is a reminder that heaven has written more chapters in your book, and no enemy, no shadow, can close it before its time. The psalmist sings in the book of Psalms, chapter 118, verse 17, "I will not die but live, and will proclaim what the Lord has done." These words are not just ancient poetry, they are a decree over your life. They are the anthem of survival, the proclamation of destiny, the song of those who refuse to be silenced. You, beloved, will not die in the desert. You will not fade in the wilderness. You will live, and your life will declare the glory of God. Beloved, you have survived nights that should have destroyed you. You have endured storms that others did not withstand. You have walked through fire and not been consumed, through waters and not been drowned. Do you think that is by accident? No. It is evidence that heaven's hand has preserved you. You are still here because your assignment is still active. Think of Joseph, left for dead by his brothers, sold into slavery, imprisoned unjustly. Every chapter of his story looked like an ending, yet it was only a preparation. What others meant for harm became the very path to his elevation. So it is with you. What tried to bury you only planted you deeper into destiny. What tried to silence you only sharpened your voice. Beloved, life has scars you carry as silent witnesses of your survival. They are not marks of defeat, but of endurance. Every scar is proof that the enemy failed. Every wound that healed is evidence that God restored. You may not have chosen the pain, but you can choose the testimony. And your testimony is powerful. It breaks chains for others. It lights torches for those still walking in shadows. The enemy fears your survival because survival means testimony. As long as you live, your life tells a story he cannot erase. You become living evidence that God is greater, that his mercy endures, that his promises stand true. This is why attacks came so hard. They were not about destroying you, but about silencing the story your life carries. Beloved, rise in strength. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a victor by divine decree. Heaven has written days for you that no enemy can erase. The grave cannot claim what heaven has not released. Death cannot end what God has not completed. You will live to proclaim. You will rise to testify. Consider the prophet Ezekiel standing before a valley of dry bones. What seemed utterly dead was revived by the word of the Lord. Breath entered lifeless forms, and an army rose. In the same way, places in your life that felt finished, hopeless, irredeemable, are about to breathe again. The same Spirit that raised Jesus from the dead lives within you, and his power cannot be contained. Beloved, let hope ignite again in your heart. The shadows that whispered of endings were liars. The heaviness that told you to quit was deception. You are not at the end, you are at the threshold of a new beginning. Every sunrise you wake to is proof that heaven has more for you. Every heartbeat is evidence that purpose still flows in your veins. You are chosen not only to survive, but to thrive. You will proclaim, not whisper timidly, but declare boldly. Your story is not only for you, but for those who need to see that survival is possible. Someone's faith depends on hearing what you have lived through. Someone's courage will rise when they see your scars shining as trophies of grace. Beloved, lift your voice. Do not hide what God has done. Do not conceal the miracles, the rescues, the quiet mercies that carried you. Each one is fuel for another soul's fire. Each one is bread for another's hunger. You are not alive merely for your own sake. You are alive as a witness, a living epistle, written not with ink, but with the Spirit of God. So walk boldly, stand tall, breathe deeply. You are alive, and your life is a weapon against darkness. Every day you wake up is another day the enemy's plans are defeated. Every step you take is another proclamation that God is faithful. Every word you speak becomes another stone in the altar of testimony you are building. Beloved, you will not die but live. Not only live, but flourish. Not only survive, but proclaim. Not only endure, but overcome. For you are chosen, preserved, and destined for glory. Chosen one. Your journey has not been aimless. Every step, every detour, every pause has been part of a greater design. What you thought were delays were preparations. What you thought were losses were sowings. What you thought were endings were hidden beginnings. And now heaven whispers, you are entering a season where your seeds will burst forth into harvest. The Apostle Paul assures us in the book of Ephesians, chapter 3, verse 20. Now, to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us. Pause and let these words soak into your spirit. Immeasurably more, that is the measure of your destiny. Not just enough to survive, but overflow, to transform. Not just a trickle, but rivers that cannot be contained. Beloved, imagine your life as a field. For a long time, the soil has looked barren, the ground hard, but unseen. Roots have been growing deep. Now the rain of God's timing begins to fall, and the shoots of promise are breaking through. It may start small, a green sprout, a fragile stem, but soon the field will be full. A harvest so abundant that you will not gather it alone. Others will come to reap with you. This is the truth. You were never meant to live in scarcity. Heaven's design for you has always been abundance, not only financial, but abundance of peace, of purpose, of joy, of impact. Your cup is not meant to be half full. It is meant to overflow until it touches those around you. Beloved, let me speak to your heart plainly and sincerely. If this message has poured living water into your soul, do not let the flow stop with you. Think of it as a river running through a desert. When you drink, you are refreshed. But when you invite others to drink through a share, you are extending the river. You are turning a single stream into many tributaries, reaching far beyond what your eyes can see. And when you subscribe, do not think of it as a mere action on a screen. Picture yourself as a tree planted by streams of water. That tree flourishes in every season because its roots are deep. Subscribing is like placing your roots near the river of these words, ensuring that refreshment does not come once, but again and again. It is a choice to remain near the flow of encouragement, to keep drinking from the fountain heaven has prepared. Beloved, if your heart stirs to give, to donate, let me speak this in gentleness and truth. Your gift is a seed. A seed looks small when it leaves your hand, but in the soil of faith, it multiplies. Farmers do not cry when they release seed into the earth. They smile, because they know what is coming. So it is with you. When you sow into this work, you are not losing. You are planting for a harvest that will return pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Picture your donation as a lantern set on a hill. In the valley below, weary travelers walk in darkness. They stumble, they fall, they despair. But when the lantern is lit, they see a way forward. Your gift lights that lantern. Your generosity creates pathways for others to find their way home. Beloved, every act of engagement, your like, your share, your subscription, your donation is a thread woven into a tapestry. Each thread alone seems small, but when woven together, they form a masterpiece of light and color that heaven displays to the world. You are not just a receiver of this message, you are a co-weaver in the design of destiny. Do not underestimate the impact of what seems small. A share can reach someone at the edge of giving up. A subscription can anchor your spirit to a stream of life. A donation can sustain the message that rescues a wandering soul. These acts are not casual, they are eternal investments. They are treasures stored not in fading vaults of earth, but in the eternal economy of heaven. Beloved, walk with this vision in your heart. A crown awaits you, woven not only from what you endured, but also from what you released. Every drop of encouragement you poured into others, every seed you sowed into light, every moment you chose to multiply the message, all of it shines like jewels in the crown prepared for you. Lift your head. Chosen one, you are not walking empty-handed. You carry seeds, rivers, lanterns, threads. You carry the power to multiply hope. You carry the honor of co-laboring with heaven in bringing light into darkness. And as you give, as you sow, as you share, as you stay rooted, you will discover this. The overflow returns to you. For when you refresh others, you too are refreshed. When you water others, your own roots are saturated. When you build a pathway for someone else, you find the road beneath your own feet, becoming smoother. Beloved, heaven is smiling upon every act you release in faith. You are not only chosen to receive, you are chosen to multiply. You are not only blessed, you are a blessing. And as you step into this truth, you will see the immeasurably more that Paul declared. Chosen one. There are moments when heaven bends low to whisper directly to your heart. This is one of those moments. You may think you stumbled here by accident, but destiny is not random. Heaven has carefully ordered this step, this word, this encounter, so that your spirit could awaken in the exact timing appointed for you. Beloved, think of your heart as a compass. For years, it may have spun in confusion, unsure which way to point, pulled by many distractions and desires. But when the Spirit of God comes near, the compass settles, pointing true north. That is what is happening to you right now. The pull of heaven is realigning you, drawing your spirit to its true direction. You no longer need to drift in circles. You have found your way. Chosen one. Your declaration today will not only mark you, but it will ripple outward. When you write, "I choose God," you are not only speaking for yourself, but also breaking patterns in your family, shifting atmospheres around your home, and planting seeds for generations to come. What begins as a single act of obedience now will echo into eternity. Angels will guard it. Darkness will fear it. And your life will testify of the power of one bold choice. The prophet Elijah spoke in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. These words carry the weight of decision, the urgency of destiny. You cannot walk two roads at once. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot live divided. Heaven is calling you to choose, and to choose boldly. Beloved, your entire life has been a series of battles between hesitation and obedience, between doubt and faith, between fear and courage. There were times you knew what God was asking, yet you delayed. Times you felt the nudge of the Spirit, yet you questioned. But today, heaven will not let you remain in the valley of indecision. The trumpet of clarity is sounding. The Spirit of God is saying, no more wavering. The time to decide has come. And you are standing at a crossroads. One path is familiar, safe to your flesh, but it leads to emptiness. The other path requires courage, surrender, obedience, but it leads to life, abundance, and eternal glory. Heaven will not choose for you. God has given you the dignity of choice, but he has also given you the wisdom to know which way leads to life. Beloved, indecision is itself a decision. To delay is to drift. To hesitate is to surrender ground to the enemy. Every moment you linger in uncertainty, the enemy builds stronger walls around you. That is why the Spirit calls with such urgency now. Choose, declare, step forward. Do not be afraid of making the wrong choice if your heart is surrendered to God. He is not a tyrant waiting to punish you. He is a Father eager to guide you. The very fact that you are here, hearing this word, proves that his hand is upon you. If he has carried you this far, will he abandon you when you step in obedience? No, he will go before you, walk beside you, and guard you behind. Think of Israel at Mount Carmel, listening to Elijah. The people wavered, torn between the idols of Baal and the covenant of the Lord. Elijah's question pierced their hearts. If the Lord is God, follow him. And when the fire fell from heaven, there was no more doubt. They cried, the Lord, he is God. Beloved, today is your Carmel moment. Fire is falling upon your indecision, consuming your confusion, and demanding your declaration. This is why I ask you to act. Not later, not tomorrow, but now. Seal this moment with a prophetic declaration. Write these words below. I choose God. 3 words. Yet they carry eternal weight. Do not underestimate their power. When you type them, you are not only writing on a screen, you are carving it into the atmosphere, engraving it into your spirit, declaring it to heaven and to hell alike. Do not dismiss this as small. Prophetic acts rarely look grand in the natural, but they shift everything in the spirit. A shepherd boy's stone brought down a giant. A widow's coin moved the heart of Jesus. A mustard seed of faith moves mountains. In the same way, your declaration, I choose God, unlocks doors, silence lit, and establishes victory. Beloved, hesitation ends here. Your divided heart ends here. The confusion ends here. From this moment forward, your direction is clear, your allegiance is firm, your spirit is set. You belong to the Lord, and you will follow him without wavering. Imagine the enemy watching, hoping you would remain silent, hoping you would let this moment slip by. But when you speak, when you declare, his grip shatters. Every chain forged in indecision snaps. Every shadow that whispered lies is driven back. For light always floods in when truth is declared. Beloved, your destiny is too great to be delayed. Your calling is too urgent to be ignored. Your miracle is too near to be missed. That is why heaven interrupts your day with this word, pressing upon your heart until you respond. And when you do, when you declare, when you write, "I choose God," heaven records it. Angels rejoice, and your path becomes clear. Chosen one, rise from hesitation. Step out of confusion. Declare boldly where you stand. For today, you are crossing from wavering to certainty, from silence to declaration, from indecision to destiny. Chosen one, your journey has not been free from storms, but every storm has revealed something about the one who called you. The winds that howled against you were not sent to destroy you, but to prove that the anchor of your soul holds firm. You may have felt the waves rise higher than your head, yet somehow you did not drown. That somehow was grace. The Book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verse 22 proclaims, "Because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for his compassions never fail." This truth is your foundation. You have been pressed, but not crushed, struck down, but not destroyed, weary, but not abandoned. Love has preserved you. Compassion has carried you. Mercy has been new for you every morning, even when you awoke with tears still on your face. Beloved, consider how fragile life appears. A flower can be uprooted by a careless step. A candle can be extinguished by a gust of wind. Yet you, though battered by storms greater than you can count, still remain. What explains this resilience? Not your strength alone, but the enduring love of the Lord. It is as if heaven itself has said, "Not this one. This one is mine. This one will not be consumed." Oh, think of Daniel in the lion's den. By all logic, he should not have survived the night, yet the mouths of lions were shut. Or think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, cast into fire hotter than human flesh could endure. Yet when they walked out, not even the smell of smoke clung to them. These are not distant tales, they are patterns, reminders that those chosen by God are preserved not by chance, but by divina decree. Beloved, your life has mirrored these patterns. There were nights you thought would be your last, days when the pressure felt unbearable, moments when you whispered, "I cannot go on." Yet you did go on. You kept breathing. You kept moving. You kept living. And each time you rose again, it was proof that God's compassion had not failed. Let me tell you this plainly. If the enemy could have destroyed you, he would have already done it. The fact that you are still here is evidence that his plans have failed and heaven's plans prevail. You are not sustained by luck, nor by your own cleverness. You are sustained by relentless mercy, by unwavering compassion, by the steadfast love of God. Beloved, sometimes you think survival is small. You wish for more than just making it through. but survival itself is a miracle. The fact that you endured what crushed others is a testimony. The fact that you rise each day despite your battles is glory. Do not minimize the miracle of endurance. It is the first chapter of your greater testimony, and greater things are coming. The same love that preserved you will also elevate you. The same compassion that carried you will also crown you. What begins with survival ends in thriving. What begins with preservation ends in overflow. God does not save you only to leave you at the edge. He brings you into fullness. Beloved, rest in this truth. You cannot be consumed. Fire may rage, but it cannot burn your destiny. Waters may rise, but they cannot drown your calling. Shadows may whisper, but they cannot silence your voice. The hand of God holds you, and no power of hell can pry you from his grasp. Lift your eyes. Then, let hope rise again. Remember every storm that failed to destroy you. Recall every night that gave way to morning. Let gratitude fill your lips. For the compassions of God have been your daily bread. Chosen one, you are here because love has never failed you, and that same love will not fail you now. Beloved, let us look deeper into the mystery of preservation. When the fire burned around Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, the scripture says a fourth figure appeared in the flames, one like a son of the gods. It was the presence of the Lord himself, walking in the fire with them. Notice this: God did not remove them from the fire, but he preserved them within it. This is the pattern of your own life. Many times you prayed, "Lord, take me out." But instead, he stepped in. He did not always deliver you from the storm, but he always joined you in it. That is why you are still standing. Think of a clay pot placed in the kiln. The heat is intense, and the vessel could easily shatter, yet it is the very fire that strengthens the clay, making it durable, able to withstand what comes after. So it is with you. The fires you passed through did not destroy you, they forged you. They turned your fragile places into steel, your weakness into resilience, your cracks into channels of glory where his light now shines through. Beloved, sometimes you questioned, why me? Why this trial? Why this pain? But look closely. It was not punishment. It was preparation. Just as gold is refined by fire, you have been refined. The impurities that once weakened you have been burned away. And now what remains is purer, stronger, radiant. The preservation of God is not only about survival, it is about transformation. You do not emerge the same. You emerge brighter. Consider also the eagle. When the storm comes, smaller birds flee in panic. But the eagle does not. It spreads its wings and allows the wind to lift it higher, soaring above the storm. Beloved, you have been like that eagle, where others were scattered by the winds. You found new heights. The very storm that was meant to bury you became the current that lifted you. This is the paradox of grace. The same pressure that could have crushed you instead propelled you upward. Beloved, remember too the olive press. Oil flows only when olives are crushed. Without pressure, the fragrance and richness remain locked within. Could it be that the pressing you endured was to release oil, the anointing of your life? The fragrance of testimony that now blesses others. This is why you cannot be consumed. You were pressed, but you produced. You were broken, but you poured out. Heaven looked at you and said, "This one will carry oil that others desperately need." Lift your eyes, chosen one, and see the bigger picture. If you had been consumed, the story would have ended long ago. But the fact that you live, breathe, and still hope means that heaven's design is unfolding. Your survival is the seed of greater miracles yet to bloom. The hand of God has preserved you not just for yourself, but for those whose lives will be changed through your light. Beloved, gratitude must rise like incense. Each morning when you awake, whisper, "Thanks for the breath in your lungs." Each night, when you lie down, remember the mercies that carried you through another day. For gratitude turns survival into worship, and worship turns survival into victory. Gratitude is your shield against despair, your reminder that the compassions of God never fail. So walk boldly, chosen one, not timidly, not in fear of tomorrow, but in confidence that you cannot be consumed. Your story is still being written. Your destiny is secure. The same hand that held you yesterday will hold you tomorrow. And one day, when you look back, you will not only see the scars of battles endured, you will see the thread of mercy that wove through every chapter, every storm, every fire. Chosen one, there is a blessing spoken over you that predates your struggles, your doubts, even your birth. It is an ancient decree, sealed in the heavens, uttered first by the prophet Moses, and it still echoes over your life today. You may have felt overlooked, forgotten, or diminished by the world, but heaven has always had a word of blessing spoken specifically for you. The prophet Moses records in the book of Numbers, chapter 6, verses 24 to 26, "The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace." These words are not mere ritual, they are a mantle placed upon those chosen by God. They are words that travel across centuries, still carrying the power of God's breath, still resting on those who are his own. Beloved, let us unfold this blessing, piece by piece. The Lord bless you. These words declare increase, provision, fruitfulness. The blessing of God is not only about material gain, though it may include it. It is the overflow of his goodness saturating every part of your life, relationships healed, doors opened, opportunities aligned, peace reigning in your mind. It is heaven's way of saying, you are not forgotten, you are favored, and keep you. This is preservation. It is a wall of protection around your life. It does not mean you will never walk into danger, but it means danger will never have the final word. It means your destiny cannot be stolen, your soul cannot be lost, your purpose cannot be aborted. The keeping of the Lord is why you have endured what should have destroyed you. The Lord make his face shine on you. This is intimacy, his countenance, his light, his favor radiating upon you. It is not the glow of human approval, but the brilliance of divine attention. To have his face shine on you means to live under the warmth of his smile, to carry an atmosphere of glory even when surrounded by shadows, and be gracious to you. Grace means unearned favor, kindness extended when none was deserved. It is forgiveness when you failed, mercy when you stumbled, strength when you were weak. Grace is the constant companion of your journey, the reason you rise when you fall, the reason your story continues when it should have ended. the Lord turn his face toward you. Imagine the creator of the universe turning his full attention toward you, not distracted, not indifferent, but leaning in to listen, to guide, to comfort. This is the assurance that you are seen, known, loved without measure, and give you peace, not the fragile peace the world offers, which shatters under pressure, but the deep, unshakable peace of God that guards your heart and mind, peace that anchors you in chaos, steadies you in storms, and carries you through battles, peace that cannot be explained, only experienced. Beloved, this blessing has been whispered over generations, and today it rests on you. It does not matter who cursed you, who rejected you, who abandoned you. The blessing of the Lord is stronger. Human voices can wound, but heaven's word heals. Earthly rejection can sting, but divine acceptance restores. The blessing is greater than the curse. You must know this. The blessing of the Lord is not fragile. It cannot be revoked by the opinions of others. It cannot be erased by your past mistakes. It cannot be cancelled by the schemes of the enemy. Once spoken, it is sealed. Once released, it abides. You are walking not under chance, but on a blessing. Beloved, think of your life as a vessel. For years it may have seemed empty, cracked, even forgotten on the shelf. But the Lord takes that vessel, washes it, mends it, and pours his blessing until it overflows. You are not an afterthought. You are a chosen vessel carrying divine favor. This blessing is not only for you, but through you. The Lord blesses you so you may be a blessing. The light of his face shines on you so that others lost in darkness can see the glow. The peace he gives you is meant to spill into households still in turmoil. The grace you receive becomes the grace you extend. Beloved, imagine yourself walking with this blessing like a cloak upon your shoulders. Wherever you go, atmospheres shift. Despair gives way to hope. Fear bows to faith. Division yields to peace. Not because of who you are alone, but because of who walks with you and whose blessing rests upon you. The enemy may try to convince you otherwise. He will whisper that you are cursed, forgotten, unworthy. But those are lies. The truth is that heaven's word has already been spoken over you, and it cannot return void. You are blessed, kept, shone upon, graced, seen, and given peace. Chosen one. Rise with this awareness. Lift your head with dignity. Walk with confidence, not arrogance, but with the steady assurance that you are not ordinary. You are marked by blessing. You are covered by favor. You are shielded by grace. And when others look at you and wonder why you still shine despite storms, why you still smile despite battles, why you still walk in peace despite chaos, you will be able to say, because the blessing of the Lord is upon me. Beloved, let this blessing define you more than your wounds, more than your past, more than your fears. Let it be the voice you hear when others speak against you. Let it be the truth you stand on when lies surround you. Let it be the anchor when storms rise again. The Lord bless you. The Lord keep you. The Lord shine upon you. The Lord turn toward you. The Lord give you peace. These words are not just for yesterday, they are for today, and they will carry you into tomorrow. Chosen one. Heaven has a way of calling you into deeper alignment through prophetic acts. They may look simple to the natural eye, but in the spirit, they carry immeasurable weight. Today, the Spirit of the Lord is inviting you not just to listen, but to respond, to mark this moment as a turning point in your journey. Beloved, think of a traveler caught in a desert storm. The sand whirls, the path disappears, the sky seems hidden, yet suddenly, the traveler finds a tent with its fabric stretched wide, offering shade, water, and rest. That is what the shelter of the Most High is like. It is not an escape from the storm, but a refuge in the midst of it. Strong enough to shield you, gentle enough to restore you. Dwelling there does not merely protect your body, it heals your soul. Chosen one, you must also see this dwelling place as a home, not just a hiding spot. A house becomes a home when you stay, when you rest, when you allow your heart to settle. God is not calling you to glance at His presence when convenient, but to abide continually. As branches connected to the vine, when you live in His shelter, peace becomes your atmosphere, grace your daily garment, and His shadow your permanent covering. This is where your identity is anchored, and this is where your future is secured. The psalmist testifies in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 1. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. This is not just poetry, it is a decree of protection, intimacy, and peace. Dwelling is not visiting. Dwelling means abiding, remaining, choosing day by day to anchor yourself in the presence of God. And when you do, the shadow of the Almighty becomes your covering. Beloved, shadows can feel dark when they come from the world. They can suffocate with fear, uncertainty, or despair. But the shadow of the Almighty is different. It is the canopy of His glory stretching over you. It is the reminder that even when the sun of life burns too hot, you are sheltered. It is the proof that He is close, so close that His shadow touches you. This dwelling requires more than passive belief. It requires response. Heaven is inviting you to declare with faith, to step into agreement through a prophetic number. The number chosen for this moment is 5,555. 5 is the number of grace. It is the reminder that you are not sustained by works, not upheld by perfection, not carried by your own strength, but by grace. Multiply it, repeat it, amplify it, and you find yourself drenched in grace upon grace, mercy upon mercy, blessing upon blessing. By declaring this number, you are saying, I choose to rest not in my striving, but in God's unending grace. I choose to dwell in His shelter. I choose to stand under His shadow. Oh, beloved, prophetic numbers are not about superstition. They are about alignment. When you type it, you are engraving grace into your atmosphere. You are stepping into the dwelling place of the Almighty, making His shadow your covering. It is a banner over your home, your family, your future. Think of Israel in the wilderness, surrounded by uncertainty. By day, the Lord was a pillar of cloud. By night, a pillar of fire. His presence covered them. They were never left exposed. So, it is with you. When you declare this prophetic act, you are reminding your soul that God has not left you uncovered. His shelter surrounds you. His shadow protects you. His grace upholds you. Beloved, Let it be more than digits typed. Let it be a cry of your spirit. I need your shelter. Lord, I choose your grace. Iabithe, under your shadow. When you do this, you are planting a seed of trust that says you believe His presence is enough, His compassion sufficient, His power unshakable. Do not underestimate the act. It may feel small, but in heaven it resounds loudly. Angels mark it. Darkness flees from it. The Spirit seals it. You are not typing for man to see, you are declaring for heaven to witness. And heaven always responds to faith. Beloved, hear me clearly. This is your invitation into rest. You have carried burdens long enough. You have fought battles in your own strength long enough. You have stood in the heat without shelter long enough. Today, the Lord extends His shadow, His covering, His grace multiplied. Your part is to step beneath it. So let your declaration be bold. Let it silence doubt. Let it break fear. Let it align your heart with heaven's truth. Declare it now. 5,555. And as you do, picture the shelter of the Almighty unfolding over you like a vast canopy. Picture His shadow covering you from head to toe. Picture His grace pouring over every corner of your life. Beloved, this is not coincidence. It is not chance. It is divine orchestration. Heaven paused this very moment to extend grace to you, and you will not miss it. Take the step. Seal your alignment. Dwell in the shelter. Rest in the shadow. Chosen one. When you look back, can you see how far the hand of God has carried you? There were valleys that should have swallowed you whole, storms that should have sunk your vessel, battles that should have drained your last ounce of strength. Yet here you are. And that here is not small. It is evidence that heaven has not let go of you for even a moment. Beloved, think of your journey as a tapestry. Each thread may have seemed fragile on its own, some dark with sorrow, some bright with joy. But when woven together by the hand of God, they form a picture of resilience and beauty. What you saw as random pain was actually purposeful weaving. Every valley, every storm, every battle became a thread. And today, when heaven looks upon you, it sees not a broken strand, but a masterpiece in progress, covered with divine intention and destined for completion. The Apostle Paul charges in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." Beloved, the story written over your life is not half finished. God is not an author who abandons his manuscript midway. He is faithful to complete what he begins. And his work in you will not be interrupted by the failures of yesterday or the fears of tomorrow. But let me speak to your heart with sincerity. Messages like this are not random. They are seeds planted in your spirit. And just like seeds, they need soil, water, and care to grow. The way you engage with listening, with action, with sharing, is how you cultivate the soil. And when you support this work, you are pouring water onto the seeds that will grow not only in your life, but in the lives of countless others who hear. Beloved, when you like this message, imagine it as striking a match in the dark. A match looks small, but its spark has the power to ignite a fire that pushes back shadows. Your single act of acknowledgement becomes part of a flame that burns brighter the more it spreads. Every like is another spark, another declaration. Light belongs here. Darkness will not win. No, when you share, see it as carrying bread into a village of the hungry. You may think it is only a post, only a click, but for someone scrolling at the edge of despair, it could be nourishment for their soul. Sharing means you are not hoarding the bread of life for yourself, but placing it into the hands of those starving for hope. One loaf multiplied feeds thousands. So does one share. When you subscribe, envision yourself stepping into a wellspring. A thirsty traveler knows the difference between a sip and a stream. To subscribe is not to take one drink and leave, it is to return, again and again, to the waters that refresh you. It is saying, I will not let my spirit run dry. I will root myself where life flows consistently. Subscribing anchors you near the river of encouragement, where every visit brings renewal. And if your heart moves to donate, let me speak of it plainly but gently. A donation is not lost, it is planted. Think of the farmer scattering seed into his field. The soil looks empty at first, but time proves otherwise. The seed breaks open, dies to itself, and multiplies into a harvest far beyond its small beginning. So it is with your gift. It becomes part of a field where hope is cultivated, where broken lives are touched, where eternity is shifted. Picture your donation as a lighthouse built on a cliff. Ships in the night, battered by waves, lost in fog, suddenly glimpse the beam. Their course shifts, their lives are spared. That lighthouse shines because someone gave to build it. That is what your generosity does. It sends light into seas where souls are drifting. Beloved, I do not speak these things to pressure you, but to remind you, you are not only a receiver of this message, you are a co-laborer in its mission. Your hands may never touch every person reached, but through your engagement, your support, your generosity, you extend the reach of heaven's voice farther than your eyes can see. Do not underestimate the power of small actions. One click, one share, one seed zone. They seem ordinary, but in God's economy, they multiply into extraordinary outcomes. A boy's small lunch became a feast for thousands. A widow's coin became a testimony that still speaks today. And your act, simple, sincere, can ripple through eternity. Beloved, heaven records what man overlooks. Heaven treasures what man dismisses. When you act in faith, heaven multiplies it. And one day, you will stand before the Lord and see the crown he weaves not only from the battles you endured, but from the seeds you sowed, the sparks you lit, the bread you shared, the waters you returned to again and again. Lift your eyes. Chosen one, you are not powerless. You are a torchbearer, a farmer, a builder, a giver. Each action you release is building something eternal. Let your heart respond in faith. Let your hands act in generosity. And watch as God completes the work He began in you and through you. Chosen one, there comes a moment when words must leave your lips, when silence must break, when the atmosphere must hear your declaration. That moment is now. You are not simply a listener, you are a vessel of truth, a carrier of light, a chosen one set apart to speak life where death has tried to linger. Beloved, think of a trumpet placed in silence. As long as it remains unplayed, the air is still, the soldiers unmoved, the battle uncertain. But the moment it sounds, clarity comes. and the army advances. That is what your voice is in this moment. As long as you stay silent, destiny waits. But when you release your words, heaven responds. Angels move, and chains begin to break. Chosen one. Silence has covered too many chapters of your life. There were days when pain muted you, when rejection convinced you no one would hear, when fear told you your words carried no weight. Yet the Spirit whispers now, your voice is an instrument of breakthrough. It is not small. It is not weak. The moment you declare, the atmosphere bends, darkness trembles, and light claims ground it once lost. The Apostle John records in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. Beloved, this is not a distant promise. It is your present reality. Heaven itself has swung open a door for you. No power of darkness, no scheme of man, no memory of failure can close it. The hinges are sealed by eternity, and the handle is grasped by the hand of God. Beloved, think carefully about doors. Some are meant for a moment, some for a lifetime. Some lead to opportunities, others to distractions. Yet the door heaven opens is unlike any other. It is not crafted by human effort, nor locked by human doubt. It is carved by destiny, built by grace, and swung wide by the authority of God. This is why no one can shut it. It does not depend on man's approval. It is secured by divine decree. But here lies the truth. You must choose to walk through. An open door is meaningless if you remain frozen before it. You cannot stand at the threshold forever. The longer you hesitate, the louder fear grows. But the moment you step in, the atmosphere shifts. Every chain of hesitation falls. Every whisper of the enemy is silenced. Beloved, your declaration today is not just about acknowledging the open door, it is about stepping through it in faith. Heaven does not simply want you to nod in agreement, but to declare with boldness. That is why I invite you now to write these words below. I step in, and 3 words. Simple in sound, but powerful in the spirit. When you type them, you are announcing that fear will not hold you back, that doubt will not paralyze you, that the past will not chain you. You are saying that you refuse to live in the hallway of hesitation any longer. You are entering the room of destiny. Do not underestimate this. Think of Joshua standing before the walls of Jericho. Marching looked foolish. Shouting seemed strange. But obedience shattered walls. Think of Peter stepping out of the boat. The water was stormy, the waves high. But faith allowed him to walk where no man had walked before. In the same way, your declaration, I step in, may look small on the screen, but in the spirit, it is you walking through the door God has set before you. Beloved, doors often represent transitions. The old season ends. The new one begins. For you, this moment is that threshold. On one side lies weariness, disappointment, cycles that seemed unending. On the other side lies new strength, fresh anointing, and doors within doors that lead to abundance. Heaven has already prepared what waits on the other side. Your role is to step in. This is why hesitation must die today. Fear says, what if I fail? Faith says, what if God comes through? Fear whispers, you are not ready. Faith shouts, God has already equipped you. Fear points to the scars of your past. Faith points to the promise of your future. Beloved, which voice will you obey? Say it with me. I step in. And as you declare, picture yourself walking boldly through a doorway lit with heavenly light. Picture every shadow left behind as you cross. Picture angels on the other side, waiting to usher you into greater things. Picture the Father smiling, saying, "Finally, my child, you have stepped into what I always prepared for you. Lot, chosen one." This is not coincidence. It is not chance. Heaven does not waste moments like this. You are here because God wants you to know the door is open. The way is clear. The invitation is real. But it must be answered with your response. Step in with your declaration. Step in with your faith. Step in with your obedience. The open door is before you, and no one can shut it. Declare it now. Write it boldly. I step in. And let heaven mark this moment as the day you crossed from waiting into walking, from hoping into having, from standing before the door into stepping through it. Chosen one. The journey you walk is not random. It is a carefully charted path written long before your first breath. At times you may have doubted that there was any order, any divine hand guiding your steps. The twists felt chaotic. The valleys seemed endless. The detours almost broke your spirit. Yet the truth remains, you have never been wandering alone. The prophet David declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verse 1, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life, of whom shall I be afraid?" These words were not sung from comfort, but from tension. David, surrounded by enemies, pressed by battles, chose to anchor his confidence not in circumstance, but in God. That is the invitation laid before you now. Beloved, think about light for a moment. Light does not remove the existence of darkness, it overpowers it. Darkness is not a force, it is simply the absence of light. The moment light appears, darkness loses all claim. That is what the Lord is for you. He is not just a distant candle flickering weakly. He is a blazing sun that dispels every shadow when it rises. But light is more than sight, it is direction. Without it, steps falter, paths blur, and danger lurks unseen. Yet with it, you can walk boldly even where the terrain is unfamiliar. Many times you have cried, "God, show me the way." And each time, though perhaps not instantly, His light broke through. Sometimes it was through a whisper, sometimes through scripture, sometimes through circumstances shifting unexpectedly, but always He answered with light and salvation. Beloved is more than escape from danger. It is wholeness. It is rescue, restoration, redemption. To declare that the Lord is your salvation is to say that He is not merely your emergency exit, but your daily sustainer. He does not only pull you from pits, He crowns you with purpose, steadies your heart, and carries you into futures the enemy cannot touch. Fear has often stalked you. Its voice has been loud, its grip heavy. But David's question echoes for you. Whom shall I fear when the one who is light and salvation stands beside you? Fear shrinks to a whisper. Its threats become empty. Its chains rust and fall. Fear cannot coexist with perfect love. And perfect love is what has chosen you. Beloved, Picture a fortress rising high upon a cliff, its walls thick, its gates impenetrable. Enemies may surround it, but inside, the inhabitants rest, secure in their stronghold. That is the image David paints the Lord as: your stronghold, your place of unshakable safety, not a fragile shelter, not a temporary tent, but a fortress built by eternity itself. The enemy may approach, but he cannot breach the walls. Consider the nights you felt most vulnerable, when shadows of anxiety crept close and the weight of the world pressed heavy. Even then, something deep within kept you from collapsing. That something was someone. It was the Lord, your stronghold, holding you when your strength ran dry. You may have thought you barely made it through, but the truth is, you were carried. Beloved, life may present enemies beyond flesh and blood, doubts that gnaw, shame that lingers, despair that whispers. Yet the promise remains: whom shall you fear? Not because the enemies are unreal, but because they are powerless against the one who holds you. Fear thrives in lies. Faith thrives in truth. And the greatest truth of all is that you are never outside the fortress of God's care. Look back. Chosen one. Remember the pits you thought you would never climb out of, the storms you thought you would not survive, the betrayals that cut so deep you thought healing impossible. Yet here you stand. You are living proof that light shines, salvation saves, and strongholds hold. And look forward. The same God who lit yesterday will light tomorrow. The same salvation that rescued you before will rescue again. The same fortress that stood unshaken will remain unshaken. You are not stepping into uncertainty. You are stepping with certainty that the Lord is ahead of you, behind you, and all around you. Beloved, let your heart rise with confidence. Let fear loosen its grip. Let your lips declare with David, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" Say it not as wishful thinking, but as solid truth. Let it become the anthem that echoes through your days, the shield that blocks the whispers of fear, the banner that flies above every battle. You are not fragile. You are fortified. You are not lost in shadows. You are guided by light. You are not vulnerable prey. You are preserved by salvation. Every step you take is guarded by the fortress of the Almighty. And when fear tries to creep in again, as it surely will, remind yourself that fear is only an echo, not a substance. It shouts loudly, but it cannot touch you when you are anchored in God. Let courage rise, not because of your own strength, but because of His unbreakable promise. Beloved, stand tall, lift your head, walk boldly, for the Lord is your light, your salvation, your stronghold, and in that truth, fear has no claim, and you walk free, chosen one. There is a strength rising within you that is not born of flesh, not the product of willpower alone, but the overflow of the Spirit of the Lord. Many times you have questioned how you would endure, how you would overcome, how you could possibly stand against forces greater than yourself. Yet the truth has never changed. Your strength is not your own. The prophet Zechariah records in the book of Zechariah, chapter 4, verse 6, "Not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord Almighty." This is not only a statement, it is a strategy, a heavenly blueprint for your life. Where human effort fails, where resources run dry, where intellect reaches its limit, The Spirit carries you farther than you could ever walk alone. Beloved, reflect on the many times you thought you would collapse under the weight of burdens. You tried everything in your own strength. You strategized. You planned. You fought with all your energy. Yet in the end, it was not your striving that sustained you. It was when you surrendered, when you whispered, "Lord, I cannot," but you can. That breakthrough arrived. The Spirit took what was impossible and made it possible. Think of the lampstand in Zechariah's vision, fed not by human oil, not by the labor of constant refilling, but by a continual flow from the olive trees. That is the picture of your life when yielded to the Spirit. You are not meant to burn out, not meant to scrape by on limited reserves. You are meant to shine continually because the supply comes not from you, but from Him. Beloved, many around you have relied on might, on their influence, their resources, their connections. Others have relied on power, on their talents, their intellect, their charisma. Yet the Spirit declares that neither is the foundation that will last. For kingdoms rise and fall. Wealth fades. Influence evaporates. But the Spirit of the Lord remains. Those who root themselves in Him carry a strength that cannot be explained, a wisdom that cannot be denied, a resilience that cannot be broken. This is why, when people looked at you and wondered how you still stood, they could not explain it. By logic, you should have given up. By calculation, you should have failed. Yet here you are. The Spirit carried you. What was invisible to others was undeniable to you. It was not luck, not coincidence, not mere chance. It was the Spirit, strong where you were weak, constant where you were wavering. Beloved, remember the disciples before and after Pentecost. Before, they were timid, scattered, uncertain. After the Spirit came, they became bold, unstoppable, willing to face persecution and even death for the message of Christ. What changed? Not their education, not their resources, but the presence of the Spirit within them. That same Spirit is in you, guiding you, empowering you, sustaining you. Chosen one. You are not meant to live drained. You are meant to live filled. You are not designed to crawl through life on empty, but to overflow with rivers of living water. Every time you draw from the Spirit, every time you lean into His presence, you exchange weakness for strength, confusion for clarity, despair for hope. And this Spirit does not only empower you personally, it flows through you to touch others. When you walk into a room carrying the Spirit, atmosphere shifts. Where there was heaviness, joy stirs. Where there was despair, hope rises. Where there was bondage, freedom begins to breathe. You are not only a recipient of this Spirit, you are a vessel. The oil that flows through you is meant to ignite lamps in others. Beloved, hear this. The enemy fears not your talent, not your resources, not your effort. He fears the Spirit within you. He knows human strength can be exhausted, but Spirit strength cannot. He knows human plans can be disrupted, but Spirit-guided steps cannot be derailed. That is why battles have come so fiercely against you, not because you are weak, but because you carry a power the enemy cannot match. So, rise. Chosen one. Not in arrogance, but in confidence. Rise not because of who you are in the flesh, but because of who you are in the Spirit. When you feel weary, remember the source. When you feel empty, remember the well. When you feel incapable, remember the one who enables. You do not walk by might. You do not stand by power. You move by the Spirit of the Lord Almighty. And this is why your future is secure. No matter what mountain looms ahead, no matter what wall rises to block your path, the Spirit has already decreed, not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit. Mountains will fall, walls will crumble, doors will open, because the Spirit cannot be resisted when He has determined to move. Beloved, let this truth quiet your fears and ignite your hope. The pressure is not on you to be perfect, to have every answer, to carry every burden. The pressure is simply to remain yielded, to keep your vessel open, to let the Spirit flow freely. For where the Spirit flows, victory is inevitable. So walk forward with assurance. Do not lean on your might. Do not depend solely on your power. Anchor yourself in the Spirit. For He is not a backup plan, He is the plan. He is not the last resort, He is the only source. And with Him, you will finish what you started, accomplish what was impossible, and stand where others thought you would fall. Chosen one. Your story is Spirit written, Spirit sealed, Spirit sustained, and because of that, it cannot be erased. Chosen one. There is a word you must hold as the season draws near to its climax. Confidence. Not the shallow confidence that fades when circumstances shift, but the deep, unshakable assurance that your God is faithful. Confidence is not arrogance, it is agreement with the truth of heaven. It is standing tall, not because of your strength, but because of His promise. Confidence is not the absence of trembling hands or weary nights. It is the decision to keep standing despite them. It is lifting your eyes when tears blur your vision, whispering, God is faithful, when silence stretches long, walking forward when the ground feels unsteady. Beloved, heaven is not asking you to feel unbreakable. Heaven is asking you to trust the one who cannot be broken. That trust is your confidence, and it makes you unshakable even when the world shakes. Beloved, imagine a child holding their father's hand while crossing a crowded street. The child may be small, may not see the way, may feel overwhelmed by the noise, but their grip is sure because their father's hand is strong. That is confidence, not in your own ability to navigate the chaos, but in the unyielding strength of the one who leads you. You do not need to know every step, you only need to know who holds your hand. The writer of Hebrews proclaims in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 35, "So do not throw away your confidence, it will be richly rewarded." These words strike directly at the core of your battle. For every storm, every delay, every wound the enemy inflicted was aimed at one thing, not your possessions, not even your health, but your confidence. For if he can strip you of confidence, he can paralyze your steps. But if you keep it, you remain unstoppable. Beloved, confidence is like armor. When you wear it, arrows may fly, accusations may be hurled, doubts may whisper, but they cannot pierce you. Without it, even the smallest dart can wound. That is why heaven urges you now, do not cast it aside. Guard it as treasure. Wear it as protection. Let it become your shield in every battle. Think of Israel at the edge of the promised land. 10 spies looked at the giants and lost their confidence. 2, Joshua and Caleb, looked at the same giants, but held fast their faith. What separated them was not the size of their enemy, but the confidence in their God. One group saw obstacles, the other saw opportunities. One group shrank back, the other pressed forward. Beloved, which group will you belong to? Confidence is not blind optimism. It is the steady gaze that remembers what God has already done. Recall the nights you thought you would not survive, yet morning came. Recall the burdens you thought you could not carry, yet strength met you. Recall the prayers you thought were unanswered, yet solutions arrived in unexpected ways. Each memory is a stone in the altar of your confidence. Stack them high, so when fear returns, you can point and say, "My God has been faithful before, and He will be faithful again." That, beloved, sometimes confidence looks quiet. It is the peace that sits in your chest when chaos swirls around. Sometimes it looks bold, the willingness to speak when silence is easier. Sometimes it looks patient, the ability to wait without giving up hope. Confidence takes many forms, but its root is always the same: trust in the one who cannot fail. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine a ship at sea, tossed by waves, threatened by winds. What keeps it from drifting into destruction is not the calm of the waters, but the weight of its anchor. Confidence is that anchor for your soul. Without it, storms carry you away. With it, you may sway, you may rock, but you remain secured. The enemy wants to cut your anchor. He wants you to believe that God has forgotten, that promises will not come, that prayers are wasted. But you must answer with truth. The anchor holds. Confidence is not based on what you see today, but on what God has declared over eternity. Beloved, reward is tied to confidence. That is why the scripture says it will be richly rewarded. When you hold your confidence, you align yourself with the flow of heaven. Opportunities come, doors open, promises manifest not because you forced them, but because you refuse to let go of faith. Confidence is the bridge between promise and fulfillment. To throw it away is to abandon the bridge while still in the middle of the journey. And let us be clear, confidence is not only for mountaintop moments, it is for the valley. It is for the nights when tears soak your pillow, for the mornings when strength feels far. It is for the prayers that seem unanswered, for the delays that stretch your patience. Confidence does not deny pain. It declares that pain is not the final chapter. Beloved, when you carry confidence, you walk differently. Shoulders square, steps firm. You do not move as a victim, but as a victor. Others may wonder at your calm, at your resilience, at your refusal to quit. What they see is the glow of confidence, the evidence that your faith is rooted deeper than circumstances can shake. Think also of the farmer sowing seeds. He does not see harvest immediately. Days, weeks, sometimes months pass before sprouts appear. Yet, he rises each morning, waters the soil, tends the ground. Why? Because confidence in the process sustains him. So it is with you. Every prayer, every act of faith, every seed sown is not wasted. Your confidence assures you that harvest will come. Beloved, if you ever feel your confidence slipping, return to His word. For faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. Let His promises refill you. Let his truth outshout the lies. Speak scripture aloud until your heart believes again. Confidence is not a feeling you wait for, it is a choice you declare. Now picture the finish line of a long race. Runners who lose confidence often stop midway, exhausted by the distance, overwhelmed by the pain. But those who fix their eyes on the prize keep running, one step at a time, even when weary. Beloved, your finish line is closer than you realize. The crown of righteousness, the reward of faith, the joy of fulfillment, it all waits ahead. Do not let go now. Sorise. Chosen one, do not cast away what has carried you this far. Wear your confidence like a crown. Let it be your anthem, your anchor, your armor. And when the world asks how you keep standing, declare it boldly, because my confidence is in the Lord, and he has never failed me. Chosen one. As the journey draws to its sacred close, you must see clearly what heaven has been weaving all along. Every section of your story has been layered with grace, every chapter infused with divine purpose. Nothing has been wasted. The scars, the delays, the silent nights, the whispered prayers, all of them were threads that reveals who you truly are, God's chosen one, carried by his hand, marked by his Spirit, destined for his glory. Beloved, imagine a master artist at work on a canvas. From up close, the brush strokes may look random, even messy. But when you step back, the full picture shines with beauty and intention. That is your life. The trials you questioned, the delays you resented, the detours you did not understand, each was a stroke in the hand of the master, painting a masterpiece that only eternity will reveal in full. Chosen one. Think also of a symphony. Instruments enter at different times, some loud, some soft, some carrying melodies, others providing harmony on their own. They may sound incomplete, but together they create music that moves the soul. So it is with your journey. The moments of silence, the crescendos of breakthrough, the minor keys of sorrow, all are woven into a divine composition that heaven itself delights to conduct. The Apostle Paul concludes in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8, "Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have longed for his appearing." Beloved, this is not only Paul's testimony, it is the promise that hovers over you as well. The path you have walked has not been in vain. Every tear, every trial, every triumph was moving you toward the crown, prepared with your name engraved upon it. Think of the crown, not as jewelry to adorn your head, but as a symbol of fulfillment. It is the visible evidence that you endured, that you held faith when others abandoned it, that you trusted the unseen when the visible shouted doubt. Crowns are not handed out at the starting line, they are reserved for those who finish. And beloved, you are not only running, you are finishing. Consider the athlete who trains for years. Unseen in discipline, sweat dripping in silence, pain endured in private. The crowd does not cheer then, but when the race is complete, when the finish line is crossed, the crown is revealed. That is your life. Much of your endurance has been hidden, unseen by man, but recorded by heaven. And the day is near when what was hidden will be revealed, when the faithful judge will place the crown upon your head and say, "Well done, Ender, beloved." Eternity is not an abstract idea. It is the stage upon which your destiny unfolds fully. All of this has been preparing you not just for survival on earth, but for reward in eternity. The faith you carried through storms will echo forever. The trust you placed in God when no answers came will shine like jewels in your crown. The obedience you walked out when it cost you deeply will resound as songs sung by angels. Nothing is wasted. And this crown is not only personal, it is communal. For the scripture says it is not only for Paul, but for all who have longed for his appearing. That means you are part of a multitude, a vast company of the faithful who endured across generations, from prophets who proclaimed in deserts, to apostles who stood before kings, to unknown believers who prayed in hidden rooms. All are joined together in the same reward. You, beloved, walk in their company. Picture this: a great assembly before the throne, robed in white, crowns gleaming, songs rising. Not one crown is earned by human effort, and in that multitude, your voice joins the chorus. Your crown joins the procession. Your story joins the eternal song. Beloved, let this vision ignite you now. For the crown is not only about the future, it fuels your present. Knowing what awaits gives you strength to press on today. The crown reminds you that pain is temporary, that trials have an end, that every sacrifice is seen. When discouragement whispers, remember the crown. When temptation lures, remember the crown. When weariness presses, remember the crown. Chosen one. You must also recognize that the crown is not only about what you receive, it is about who you become. Crowns are placed upon kings and queens, upon those entrusted with authority. The crown of righteousness is heaven's declaration that you are more than a survivor, you are a ruler in the kingdom, one entrusted to reign with Christ. That is why the enemy fought so hard against you, not because of your present weakness, but because of your future authority. Beloved, do not think lightly of your journey. Every refusal to quit was shaping a ruler. Every prayer whispered in the dark was strengthening a crown. Every moment you chose faith over fear was laying another jewel in the reward waiting for you. You are not merely enduring, you are being crowned. And now, let your heart rise with holy anticipation. For the finish line is not the end, it is the beginning of eternity. Beyond it lies joy unending, rest unshakable, glory unimaginable. Beyond it lies the smile of the Father, the embrace of the Savior, the fellowship of the saints. Beyond it lies your crown, shining with the weight of eternity, waiting for the one who would not let go. Beloved, the journey was long, the road steep, the nights difficult, but the promise stands: a crown is stored, kept, preserved, untouched by decay, untouched by theft, untouched by time. It is yours, not by accident, not by chance, but by divine appointment. And when that day comes, nothing will steal it, nothing will diminish it, nothing will delay it. So, walk boldly into the days ahead. Do not shrink back. Do not throw away your confidence. Do not question your worth. You are chosen, sealed, preserved, destined. The crown of righteousness awaits. The eternal song calls, The righteous judge prepares to honor you. Lift your head. Strengthen your steps. Steady your heart, the finish is near. And glory is certain. Below, chosen one. You have reached the end of this journey, but this is not the end of your story. What has been spoken over you is a seed planted deep into the soil of your spirit. Do not leave it unattended. Let it grow. Let it bear fruit. Let it carry you into the next chapter of your destiny. Heaven has pressed pause for you. And now, heaven invites you to respond. This moment is not only about receiving it, is about participating. Just as light shines brighter when reflected, just as fire spreads when passed from torch to torch, so does this message multiply when you take action. When you like this message, it is not simply a digital tap, it is an act of agreement. It says, I receive this word. I affirm it. A like becomes a spark that ignites momentum, pushing the truth of God's word further into the atmosphere where others can see it. When you share, you are not only passing information, you are carrying bread to the hungry. Think of it, someone scrolling tonight, weary, on the edge of despair, may stumble upon your share. What feels small to you can feel like life to them. Sharing is not about numbers. It is about souls. Every share is a hand extended into the dark, pulling another into the light. When you comment, it is not noise, it is testimony. Your words carry weight. Whether you write, I receive, or this is for me, or even just a simple Amen, you are sealing the message in your own heart and declaring it in the atmosphere. Heaven hears it. Angels move on it. Others are encouraged by it. Your comment may be the confirmation another person needs to believe that they are not alone, that God is still speaking. When you subscribe, it is like planting your roots by a river. Life is not lived in one drink of water, but in consistent returning. Subscription is a way of saying, I will not let this encouragement slip away. I will stay connected. It positions you to receive again and again. Like a tree that always finds nourishment in the flow, it means you are part of a family of the chosen, walking together, growing together, standing together. And if you are moved to donate, beloved, know that your generosity is not lost, it is invested. It is a seed placed in fertile soil. Think of the farmer who sows a handful of seeds into the ground, believing for a harvest far greater than what he placed in. That is what your giving does. It becomes part of a ripple effect, fueling the creation of more messages, touching lives in places you may never see, reaching hearts you may never meet. Your seed becomes bread for the hungry, water for the thirsty, light for the lost. Beloved, never underestimate the power of small acts. A like, a share, a comment, a subscription, a donation. Each may look ordinary, but in the hands of God, each becomes extraordinary. Together, they are not just support for this message, they are participation in a mission. They are partnership with heaven in reaching the broken, lifting the weary, awakening the chosen. So, let me speak to you plainly, from a heart that burns for this calling. If this word has touched you, do not let it end here. Respond, act, step forward, partner with heaven in spreading the fire. Let your engagement be your declaration that you are not only a hearer but a doer, not only a receiver but a vessel. Beloved chosen one, your miracle has come, and heaven will not let you miss it. Now step into it fully. Act boldly. Share faithfully. Give generously. And watch as God multiplies your response into something far greater than you could imagine.